I've got a question for the Aces Honey fans in chat. Now, I haven't finished Dual Destinies, so I don't know if this is somehow, I have no idea how, some kind of spoiler. But why have they yassified Apollo Justice in this image? Why is he got that shit on? Why has he got the lipstick, the eyeliner, the lashes? What part of Dual Destinies happens here? But clearly I missed that one. Anyway, hello, welcome. Well, he is a girl boss, it's true. Welcome, I hope everyone's okay. Oh, let me play over here. Chat, this is your sign. This is your sign to do the thing that you've been putting off. Because today, that's the wrong intro. Today, I did my taxes. And I was like, oh god, the last month, I've been like, I don't want to do my taxes, man. Oh, it's going to be a pain in the ass. Oh, I got to pull up some stuff and do everything. And then I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And I sat down and it took me, half an hour max. And I was like, damn. Why have I been putting this off for like 2 months? Like, and in the back of my mind, like, oh god, I gotta do the, And then it literally took me half an hour and I was done. And it wasn't even a hard half an hour. It was mainly just filling in, like, what's your name? Even though I do these every, like, for the last 3 years and it's the same info. I don't know, apparently, I guess it could have changed, but... Anyway, here's your sign to do that. Also, I had a broken coffee lid that I've been using for like 4 months. And it's cracked in the middle and it's held together by a rubber ring. So it can fall apart, basically, if you have it in your hand. And for 4 months, I've been like, man, I need to change this. And then like a couple of weeks ago, I ordered a new lid on Amazon, came in, and every time I've had a coffee since then, I've been like, I'm so glad I got this lid changed. I'm so glad I finally did it instead of putting it off for another 4 months when it took literally 4 minutes on Amazon to buy it. This is your sign. This is yours. If there's something you've been putting off, get on it. Anyway, hello Rapute, hello Aman, hello Silver Sister, hello Umbreen. I was in 1 minute away from being labelled a liar pants on fire for my 90-minute claim. If you need to know something about me, it's that I have never lied in my life. Only the truth flows from this mouth. And if you say otherwise, you're banned. Hello Silver, hello Oxynu. Can you save the chatter from reading Fate? I don't think I have that on the old overlay, but just imagine chatter saved. Thank you, Happy Kirby, for resubscribing for 9 months. My god. So true or something. So true. And thank you, Hey Denna. Thank you for being resubscribed for 11 months at tier 3. 11 months. That's almost a year. That is extremely true. Thank you once again, Happy Kirby for the tier 1 and Hey Denna for the tier 3. I've been trying to think about things to do for the anniversary stream. I got a couple of ideas, but I'm trying to hammer things out. And I was like, I don't like. I want it to be a stream that has like goals and audience participation, but I don't know if I want to make it like a subathon, which kind of makes it awkward because that's like the best way to get people to participate in something, right? I mean, we could do it with channel points maybe. I just got to think of a way to make it elaborate with channel points. I've been thinking through some things. We can talk about it at a later date, for sure. But anyway, and thank you, Aman, for the 45 stream watch streak. My god, thank you. Thank you. Hello, Umbreen. Hello, Hey Denno as well. Hello, Umbreen. Hello, Worm Burden. He is girl boss. Apollo Justice is very girl boss. That is true. Hello, Day. They know their audience. I mean, do people like to yassify up Apollo Justice? I don't. Do we have any Apollo Ace Honey fans in the house? Where does Apollo Justice come on the fandom scale? Is he like baby girl? Is he like cool? Well, how is he portrayed? Hello, Aman. Did I write off the video games I bought? So, sorry, I'm like 5 minutes behind reading through the chat. The way, very exciting. I know this is why you're all here. Very exciting information today. How the UK tax system works. So, if you're doing a self-assessment tax, you can write up all your expenses, all your income. And then you can like justify write-offs for things, tax write-offs for like, oh, video games you buy and all that kind of stuff. But if you know you're never gonna write off more than £1,000, you can what's it called? It's called like a cash payout. It's called like a cash something. I can't remember what it is, but basically you don't have to show any receipts. You just tell them what you earned, and then you can say, I'd like to claim £1,000 back. Because that's the maximum you can claim back without showing receipts. So until the video games I buy goes over £1,000, I will not be writing off any video games. Hello, Julie. Hello. How's Space Idol treating me? Man, I've been in deep. I blame Joe. I blame Joe because I started recording. If you don't know, Space Idol. You know what? I'll bring it up on the screen. Hold on. Ignore the Limbus Company. I definitely wasn't finishing off the Kanto. I got 64 hours in it now. If you don't know, it's a idle game where you play a spacecraft trying to destroying an alien armada, basically. And so I was playing a bit of it to record for content for Jad Saya because I needed some content. And I was like, damn, this is actually pretty fun. So I've just been playing. I'm here, I'm at sector 26. I have unlocked Warp Drive, that is as far as I've gotten. I've got one base. If people want to kind of understand, if you haven't played the game, this means nothing to you. But I'm liking it, it has cool visuals. I like that you're meant to prestige very often. Like, I feel like a lot of idle games, I haven't played too many, but the one I played Kittens. It felt like you weren't meant to prestige until you were like 30, 40 hours in. This game, it's like you prestige like every like 5 hours, basically. Well, that's a lie, but like almost every day, basically. So yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. I kind of have it on in the background, but then the problem is because there's a visual component, I kind of have it on my second monitor, and I always like, I meant to just not pay attention to it, you know, and then you just come back to it every like 15, 20 minutes. But my eyes constantly wander over because I see this. I'm like, oh, there's something to click on the screen. Oh, there's something to do. But yeah, that's been fun. That's been fun. This is my year. Thank you, Silver. This is my year. This is my year. Poker stream? I mean, we could play poker. God, what would I even play poker on? Like, I used to play Facebook poker, but I'm not going to boot up my literal personal Facebook. But A, I haven't used it in 8 years, and B, has my full name, address, and all my friends on it. So that probably won't happen. But if there's a fake poker site, we could do it. 24-hour Walrus stream incoming. I was thinking about it. My plan at the moment... Okay, so I'll tell you the plan. I'll tell you my plan. My plan is... I am going to do like a 24-hour stream where I try to stream every single Walrus-related game on Steam. I'm going to type like Walrus into the store page and just buy like 30 games that have Walrus in them. And then I'll have a wheel with various things on that I'll spin like either once an hour or when we reach a community like points challenge or like someone gifts subs or something. I haven't really worked out how we're going to do it. But then the wheel, so I need to work out what we have on the wheel. So far on the wheel, I have things like, well, we could do like play poker for a bit. One thing that I thought would be funny, I don't know if people will actually care, but I think it'd be funny, is we can have an option where I have to take a GCSE school exam, which if you're not from the UK, that's your 16-year-old school exam. And they do like old exam papers up on websites, so I could do like an English exam, a maths exam, or a biology exam, something, and then see how well I do, and then maybe if I do badly, we could have a punishment. Things like that. Like fun things that could take like half an hour to an hour we can do in between playing all the various Walrus games. But I need ideas, and I need maybe like punishment games to play or punishment things to do if we do it wrong or I fail. So if you have thoughts, if you have ideas, let me know. I know Hey Denner was also asking people to DM him about maybe stuff for an anniversary idea. I saw you put that in the server. So if you also have thoughts, you can try DMing Hey Denner about that kind of thing as well. If you have thoughts about the stream itself, DM me or send them in the server. Anyway, hello, Small Truth. Hello, he's not cool. Sorry, I'm as I said, I'm reading through the chat as we go, so I'm like 5-10 minutes behind. Is there anyone in the Ace Attorney fandom who is cool? I guess Edgeworth. Edgeworth is kind of cool. Really, I'm the same with idle games. I just don't play them on Steam, so my friends can't see my shame. Those Minesweeper Mosaic games have hijacked your brain. You're playing Antimatter Dimensions on another tab. I saw you talking about it. How is that one? Because I think when we were doing the Jadsayer run-throughs, Joe was like, oh yeah, like everyone tells me Antimatter Dimensions is a really good idle game, but I never got into it. The people say it's really good. Discord has a poker activity? Oh shit, we could just play Discord on thing. Yeah, we could do like Jackbox for an hour on Discord or poker on Discord. That's another idea for the wheel. FTL Multiverse Part 3. Unfortunately, we won't be able to go until, you know, we don't want to make the entire 24 hours FTL, but it could be like a punishment game, like I have to play FTL until I reach the final boss or something. Hello, George Washing Machine. Hello. Odd Taxi Watch Along. Look, I would love to do an Odd Taxi Watch Along. Unfortunately, I feel like Twitch would delete my channel if that happens. So yeah. Finally, the question answered. Does Walrus know basic maths? I was thinking about this the other day. I think. No, look. Not to brag. I know it's a big claim. I think I could easily clear a biology GCSE exam, like for 16-year-olds, right? I think I can ace that easy. Maths, I don't know, because I'm going to tell you, I remember when I did maths, there was a lot of trigonometry, and I do remember the first thing about fucking trigonometry, how to work out the area of anything. Like, all I can remember is a triangle, the internal angle's up to 180 degrees, right? Like, apart from that, it's gonna be rough. So, like, that's the one I fear the most. Sokotoa? Oh, classic Sokotoa. Yeah. I did a history exam. Yeah, so GCSEs, I mean, I did pretty much every GCSE, apart from a couple things. I did English Lit, English languages. I did a Spanish GCSE, I did maths, I did biology, chemistry, physics, geography, history, design and technology. I did a design and technology, which I think they call like shop in America. What else? I didn't do music. That's like one of the only ones I didn't do. I didn't do PE. But apart from that, live bleep test. Oh fuck, that would kill me. Yeah. So, oh god, history tests would be really hard because they're gonna want. It's gonna be hard to write because they're gonna want a very specific, like, a maths test is a maths test, right? You're probably gonna be tested on the same thing no matter where you are. But a history test can be very specific to certain parts of history. So that is that one's gonna be really tough. So that one might be a no. Also, who's gonna, like, with a maths exam or a biology exam, it's gonna go like, here's the answer. A history exam, it's gonna be like, okay, you know, rate how well you did in this essay, which is like, that's gonna be hard for me to judge as also the examiner. The English exam might be fun though. I might have to download a poetry book add-on because some of the English lit you had like a poetry book that you brought on with you. Antimatter Dimensions is pretty good. It takes a while to get going, but it does have an early prestige thing as well. That's good. Bleep test. If you're not aware of the bleep test, it is a fitness test where you have a certain stretch of area. Is it like 50 meters? I feel like it's 50 meters. And you have to run to each end when the bleep goes. And basically the idea is as you go up the levels, the bleep gets faster and faster. So it literally is just running until you pass out almost. It's the things they use to like gauge your fitness basically. They didn't even give you all the poetry you need. Yeah, no. They gave you a book. They give you an anthology, right? And it has like 50, 60 different poems in them. And then the exam would normally be like, choose one of the poems in the book and then talk about how it shows, you know, loss or whatever. It's almost, if I had to guess, it's probably identical to the Fitness Grand Pacer test. Who has done more for modern poetry, Kendrick or Shakespeare? In many ways, Shakespeare is the olden Kendrick. Like, I feel like they have a very similar vibe, you know? Crowd pleasing, lyrically well, for the people, not like high art stuff. Maybe I could get one of the American multiple choice tests, the SATs. I mean, that's something we could do as well, is like, we could make it an exam, and then we could have a multiple choice of which exam to take, like American multiple choice, history, English, like maths, or like from different languages, like not languages, because like it's gonna be awkward. I can't be like, oh, I'll take a Polish maths exam because I won't be able to read the fucking questions. But you know, we could think of some ideas. You know, the bleep test was like not for broadcast. We had to bleep the curses. that's a different type of bleep test, I'm afraid. But yeah, I'm looking for ideas. If you have ideas, we have probably like 2-3 weeks. I think my anniversary is coming up in February. So if you have ideas, let me know. Just for like things to put on a wheel. So they don't even have to be full ideas, just like small things that could be fun to do for like 30 minutes. Or punishment games. I realized it's a lot harder doing punishment games when you don't have like a webcam. Because like, I was like, oh, what punishment games can we play? I'm like, you know, so many things are like, this person has to eat something disgusting or drink something bad. Whereas like, well, I can't do that. Well, I can do it, but like, you're not gonna fucking, like, if you can't see me doing it, I feel like it loses a lot of the effect. Hello, Slimepunk. Hello. We were just talking about things I can do for my subathon. I'm looking for ideas that take like 30 minutes to an hour I can put on a wheel, or punishment ideas. So things I can do if I fail at a test or a task in a game. But yeah. So I'm thinking, I'll work these out. Anyway, let's get on with it. Power scale. One of Joe's most hype monocoin rewards was that he would dab. He would just say, I'm dabbing now, and he would do it. Although he would used to get Lily to confirm it. She would come into the room and confirm that he did dab. So we can still do stuff like that, to be fair. Like, I don't think there's no value in me doing like, oh, I'll eat something or drink something bad. You know, I just think it has less impact. Singing a song as well, doing karaoke. That could be another one. Sorry, Julie, what are you talking about? Both of these are from Magi? What is Magi? Oh, sorry, you're... Julie's talking about the actual thing on screen. Sorry, I was lost in a world of talking random bullshit. Sorry, yes, we're talking about on screen. Okay, yes, yeah. Alibaba sound. For a second, I thought that was the first opening sounds of Can't Touch This by MC Hammer. Oh wait, sorry. Alibaba Saluja bass post time skip from Magi Labyrinth of Magic. God, these both look like anime protagonists. It's kind of hard to know. Sid Blitz Past Era. Night Magic of the Old Ways. This guy does have a rat hand, which does normally show some sort of power, but this guy is very anime. I eat random berries. Thank you for the 7-stream streak. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, this guy's giving more main character energy. I don't know if it's just the color scheme, but he pops out more, whereas this guy kind of just looks like he's kind of part of the thing. Oh, it's hard. I'm going out. He's post time skip. That must mean he's OP, right? Yeah, post time skip has to be a buff. Whoop. Obviously, not enough of a buff. So he's a fucking 8A. A weak piece of shit. Oh my god, it's the One Piece. Charlotte Cracker. You can't call people that. Who the fuck is this? Hooli, this is your goat. This is your goat, huh? What is this character design? Why does he have an exclamation mark as a head? And then he has the biggest knees I've ever seen in my life. What the fuck am I looking at? And the ends of his hair are on fire? Versus Horus from the Riordanverse. Which one is the Riordanverse? That's not, Oh, yes, it's, Percy Jackson. Percy Jackson, yeah. Oh, I mean, Horus is a full god, right? Like, the whole point of Percy Jackson is they're all, like, half gods in modern day. But Horus is a full god. So this is just, like, an actual, like, Egyptian king of the gods. Like, not only is he a god, he's also, like, one of the top gods in Egyptian mythology. So, I mean, I feel like I have to go with Horus. Oh, it was close, though. What do you mean with 3 arms? He only has 2. What do you mean 3 arms? Whatever. Oda, you're crazy for that one. The Collector from Tales from the Crypt, looking like a knockoff Indiana Jones. Versus Lind from Octopath Traveler. Looks to be just a jaguar. I mean, this guy just looks like a dude. I feel like a jaguar clears a dude in most situations. Unless he doesn't have a gun. Yeah, okay. That looks like Mac from It's Always Sunny doing an Indiana Jones cosplay. It really does. Okay, we have Audrey Burns piloting a jet from the monster. I mean, what? How do I rank that? Okay, does she have the powers of the jet? Which jet is it? Like, that's quite a range. She just has an jet. Versus Indominus Rex from Jurassic World. Ooh. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Look, Indominus Rex was pretty cool because it could go invisible and it was like a giant Tyrannosaurus spread for war for some unknown reason. People are always trying to make dinosaurs into weapons of war when a drone will just do like the entire job they do for cheap. Like, why are you spending billions of dollars to genetically engineer a big reptile when it's going to get taken out by an artillery shot in like 2 minutes? I mean, I have to, like, I think a jet can beat a dinosaur. I'm sorry. Apparently not. Apparently not. Sorry. The Rex is going to leap 10,000 feet into the air and attack it from 2 miles away before the missiles hit it. We have Skull Satamon from Digimon. What is this character design, man? Fucking Sunday morning cartoon-ass character design. With the Yowie hands. If I'm in a passenger jet? Fuck. You're right. Where's Falzar? Falzar, you're the Digimon master. Versus Future Valerie from Danny Phantom. Okay. This is kind of tough. Because Danny Phantom, from what I understand, has weird bullshit going on, and it's a person from the future, which kind of means they get scaled up. But this, I mean, this guy could do anything. Look at him. Like, this guy could probably summon like a fucking meteor storm. I gotta go with the guy who is like Satan. Like literally a Satan. And Satan. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, I think we were justified. Kako from Dragon Ball Z Tree of Might. I have not watched this one. I'm guessing this is another one of Frieza's goons. Versus Moon Warriors from Axe Cop. Axe Cop, the Western webcomic, if I remember correctly. I mean, Dragon Ball Z has to win. I'm sorry, Axe Cop, but there's no way you're outscaling Dragon Ball. It's before Super Saiyan level? Oh, shit. I still believe. Oh, it's close. Oh, come on, bro. Rain from Mortal Kombat Federation of the Martial Arts. Who the fuck is Rain? Hello, Man of Answers. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. I hope your stream went well. Are you back to streaming? This is fucking Timu Frozone. What is going on? It's the purple Sub-Zero, of course, versus Touch Me from Overlord. Excuse me? Got a pervert over here. Moa raid incoming. Rain is the guy who can control the water. Fucking bullshit. Okay. I think the guy from Overlord is gonna win, and I'll tell you why. I watched season 1 of Overlord way back when, and I really liked it. It was like the first anime I'd ever watched that had like super powered OP, like MC in it. And also it's cool that it's like he was the villain, right? So I got really into it, and then I read. This is not Africa by Toto. No, this is The Truth Isn't Sweet from Ace Attorney Investigations. He's like the detective dude. Anyway, I read the light novel. I was so into it, and the second anime hadn't come out. I literally read the translation of the light novel that came out every week. Like Saturday, like 11 PM or something, there was a website where you could go and they would drop it at like the same time each week. And I'd go there, like, oh shit, I gotta catch up on the new thing. And I read through that, and that was past season 2. Past whatever I did in season 2. I think it was halfway through season 3-ish. I never watched both seasons afterwards, but from what I could like passively observed. Anyway, my point is, in all of that, I never saw this guy, and maybe I forgot who he is. But also, like, the whole point of Overlord is that people are absurdly strong. So if there's a person who's not even been shown till like season 3 in an anime about absurdly strong people, I feel like he's gonna win. Okay, he's actually kind of shit. You smell plagiarism? Well, take that with Capcom, okay? Jet the Hawk from Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh my fucking god. Not the skateboards, bro. Not the fucking hoverboards. Jet the Hawk. Fuck me, bro. You're a bird. Why are you flying on a hoverboard? Oh my god. Anyway, and then General Ealing from DC Comics. Umbreen, what's the skinny on this guy? Yay or nay? I mean, he looks like a big dude with a gun. Doesn't really scream superpowered to me. But I think he's killing Jet the Hawk. Unless Jet the Hawk is like, wow, you see, when Jet the Hawk got the Chaos Emerald, he could move at the speed of light, which means he can instantly beat every single person in the universe. Let's find out. Let's find out. Oh, it's close. Oh my god, they're... Why is he 2C? Huh? Why are they both 2C? That's so absurdly strong. Whatever. Saint Seiya, say no more. They've already won. We've learnt from pure experience. Any character from Saint Seiya easily wins. Anyway, do you want me to look up Jet the Hawk? Hold on. You see, to be the fastest on a gear, you have to become one with the wind. Without wings, well, you might as well kiss the ground and go home. I've never heard Jet the Hawk talk. I've only ever heard the Sonic fan time dub of him talking. So, what the fuck do you mean he is small? He's 100 centimeters tall? What the fuck? He's a meter tall? Oh god, bro. What are you talking about? Possible enhanced senses. Possible paralysis inducement. Breath attack. Jet sneezes can harm enemies. This is the kind of shit that's getting you 3A to 2C apparently. Inventory duplication, capable of earning multiple rings per ring through rebirths. Magnetism manipulation, cosmic radiation. I mean, this doesn't seem... Oh, attack potency, high universe level. Low multiverse level. What? Comparable to Sar Lamarak. Who the fuck is Sar Lamarak? What? Okay, I gotta be off. I gotta get out of this. Before I go insane. Anyway. Ealing possesses immense physical strength and is functionally immortal. I will say that is pretty good, but that, to me, that doesn't get you to 2C level. 2C level, from my memory, is like destroying planets and galaxies. Anyway, obviously it's Saint Seiya. I've never seen a Saint Seiya character below 2. Oh, well, here you go. This is the first one. 4A. I mean, 4A is still pretty good. Stanley Pines from Gravity Falls versus Psycho Vulture. Psycho Vulture. From Alpha Male as well. From Monsterverse. Wow. I mean, this is a tough one. Normally, you know, I was thinking maybe I'll go with Stanley Pines because they have like weird magic bullshit. But this isn't just any Psycho Vulture. This is an Alpha Male Psycho Vulture. And we all know that alpha males are the toughest creatures around. So I'm going alpha male. Damn. 7 out of 10, huh? Not bad. Stanley sucks low-key. Wow. Wow. I haven't actually seen Gravity Falls, so I can't comment. Okay, chat. Someone asked me to play Clues by Sam, and because we're going to do a logic, you know, detective game, lawyer game, I thought, let's get our brain in check. I have never played this game before in my life. So I'm going to do the tutorial. Start by following the instructions given by the character in the puzzle. Once you're done, head over to the homepage for the daily puzzle. Okay. I zoom in. Here we go. My neighbor Bob is a criminal. Click on him to identify him. Okay. Criminal. Correct. Alice is the only innocent in my row. Okay, so then these are all criminals. Right, so the plan is you're meant to identify everyone, right? Everyone speaks the truth, even us criminals. Is that just for this game, or is that everyone all the time? Like in any game? I have exactly two innocent neighbors. Gabe is one of them. Well, there's only 2 left that haven't been clicked, so then you guys are innocent. In any game, okay. I have an innocent directly below me, okay. Kevin, Olga, and Sue are below Gabe, but only Kevin is directly below him, okay. Yep, sure. Even cops can be criminals. No. Really? Well, it's just like real life. In fact, this time, both of them are. Okay. So you're a criminal. You're a criminal. There are exactly 2 innocents in row 4. The only innocent in row 5 is a farmer. Okay, so you're innocent. You are a criminal. Combining Quinn and Ray's clues can take something like Pete. I have exactly 2 innocent neighbors in row 4. Okay. Yeah, so we know Pete can't be one of the innocent neighbors because the 2 innocent neighbors have to connect to him, so then you are criminal. Innocents in my row are connected. Therefore, Neo must be innocent because he is in the middle. Maddie is also innocent. Okay. What about Olga? That means Olga is a criminal. Maddie and Neo have 2 innocent neighbors in common. Izzy is one of them. Okay. You can tap on the clues to dim the ones you don't need anymore. Okay. Okay, now, because it says Maddie and Neo have two innocent neighbors. I'm assuming they're not talking about each other, in which case Jane has to be innocent. There are 9 criminals on the edges, like Pete and Quinn. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So then that's 8, 9. You can check on the bottom of the page for more detailed instructions. Okay. There are more criminals among cops than any other profession. Okay, is that is that just a is that just a fun fact? Is that just a fun little fact? You can just telling you that there are more criminals and cops than any other profession. Is there meant to be an amount of innocent criminals? Because I'm trying to work out how I know if this person is innocent. Because they said there were 9 criminals on the edges, but that doesn't mean there's 9 criminals in total. 3, 6, 9, 10. Yeah, so I don't know. That hasn't really helped me with... Oh, this is literally just saying... Okay, this right, this is in-game. There are more criminals... Sorry, I got too political there. There are more criminals... Okay. So then we know there are 2 cops, right? And we already have a pilot who's a criminal. So Frank cannot be a criminal because then you'd have... It wouldn't be true. So you are innocent. I caught them all. Hooray! Okay. Right, so how do I go to the original? Oh, right here. Let's go. Chase is one of the 2 criminals above Petra. Okay, you're a criminal. Susan is one of Thor's 7 criminal neighbors. My god, Thor, where are you living, buddy? You need to fucking... You need to move. All the criminals in row 5 are connected. Okay. Okay, so Thor has 6 more criminal neighbors. So 1, 2, 3, 4 means there'd be 2 on the bottom row, which means Xavi has to be a criminal. Because they have to connect. Row 2 is the only row with exactly 2 criminals. Okay. Row 2 is the only row with exactly 2 criminals. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fuck. That doesn't help me learn anything, right? Because we don't know anything about 2, apart from maybe Gabe could be a criminal above Petra. Oh, no, we know. No, we don't know. I was going to say we know Vicky is is not a criminal, but we don't know that. Because it could be all 4 of these are criminals, but just these are the only ones connected to Thor. We know one of these is not a criminal, but we don't know which one. Chase is one of the 2 criminals above Petra. Okay. Sue is one of Thor's... Can we work out in any way any more of Thor's criminals? So we know there's 7 of them. There's 5 more. We know that on the bottom row they're going to be connected. we know that no matter what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no matter what, 3, 5, at least 2 of the 3 here are going to be criminals. By the way, the police law, is that for every game or is that just for that game? That you can't have more, police will always have them. I mean, there's not even a policeman in this, is there? Okay, never mind. See, I really want to click Vicky because it's like all criminals in row 5 are connected, which makes me think that Vicky is the least likely to be connected because she's the furthest away, but that doesn't prove it. Doesn't prove it, right? Row 2 is the only row with exactly 2 criminals. Can we learn anything from that? Oh, hold on. It's the only row with 2 criminals, so we know every other row does not have 2 criminals. Okay, hold on. So row 1 either has 1 or 3 criminals. Okay. Row 3, we don't know anything about. Okay, row 3 can't have 2. So we can either have 1 or 3. And if we know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If all the other ones were connected, you'd still have to have at least 2 criminals on row 3, which means there must be 3 criminals on row 3. Because you can't have 2 criminals on row 3, but you have to have 7 of his neighbors be criminals. And there's only 5 spaces that can't be on row 3, so you can't have just 2. So there has to be 3. So all 3 of these people have to be criminals. Fuck! Are you? I thought I got it. Fuck. Are you serious? Because 7 of Thor's criminal neighbors. Thor has 7 criminal neighbors, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Even if all 5 were not on row 3, you would still have to have a minimum of 2 criminals on row 3, right? And row 3 does not have 2 criminals, which means it must have 3 criminals. And if it has 3 criminals, it must have 3 criminals connecting, like... Am I wrong here? Yeah. What? The only connected thing applies to row 5. No, but it's not that they're connected, it's that Thor has 7 criminal neighbors. So if Thor has 7 criminal neighbors, even if all 5 of the other people not on row 3 are criminals, that means at 2 would still have to be on row 3, right? Like, at an absolute minimum, like, there can be no less than 2 criminal neighbors on row 3, because he has 7 criminal neighbors. Right? I'm doing this right? But there can't be 2 on row 3, because only row 2 has 2 criminals. So then there has to be 3 criminals on row 3. 3 criminal neighbors to Thor. Like, Laura could also be a criminal, but that's fine. There could be 4 criminals on row 3. Like, do people understand what I'm saying here? Like, in my mind, logically, these 3 have to all be criminals, because they all have to be connected to Thor. Yeah, Thor is not his own neighbor, so he doesn't count. So, you think that... Okay, let me put it this way. There are 9 neighbors around Thor, right? And we know from here, Thor has 7 criminal neighbors. That means only 2 spaces... Oh, wait, maybe... hold on. I done this wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So there can be... No, sorry, he has 8 neighbors. 3, 6, 8. He has 8 neighbors, so only one of them can be innocent. If one of them is innocent on row 3, because there's only 3 spaces. Oh no, hold on, I see what you mean. Because you could have... Yeah, so Laura could be a criminal, Martin could be a criminal, and Nicole could be a criminal, in which case he'd still have 2 criminal neighbors, but Laura... Okay, hold on, I get you. Hold on, I get you. I get it. I see what you mean now. Okay, hold on. Alright, we just spent like 10 minutes looking down a rabbit hole. Hold on. So if these 3 are criminals, and this one's a criminal, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So one of these is a criminal, but we don't know which one. Fuck. Oh. Okay. This is I know it said hard. This might have been a hard one to go straight in on the first time we've done it, but you know what? Fuck it. Okay, hold on. Okay, we know row 5 does not have just 2 criminals. Maybe I can do it the other way. We know row 5 doesn't have 2 criminals. So if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Okay, maybe it's in reverse. We know these ones are connected, so then these 3 have to be criminals. No. Okay, never mind. Okay, what else we got here? Chase is one of the 2 criminals above Petra. So one of these 2 could be criminals. I just don't know how to work out which one it is. Okay, I'm just getting a hint. I don't know. How is... Okay. Thank you. I got this. Thank you. Susan is one of Thor's criminal neighbors. Okay, yeah, we've done that. All criminals in row 5 are connected. Okay. Raid 2 is the only row with exactly 2 criminals. I mean, I feel like it's trying to tell me Vicky is innocent, but I don't understand how. I think where his innocent neighbor could go. Okay, let's try and work out this. Okay, hold on. Okay, so we know all criminals on row 5 are connected. And in the middle, we have it. So it could be either you, or both. I don't think there's any way to... My brain is telling me there's no way to work out if either of you is innocent. Because you could both be criminals. If you're both criminals, and you're a criminal, that's 2, 4, 5... Could Uma be an innocent? Oh god, could you tell Uma's innocent? Because there's only 2 criminals in a row. Susan has already been shown to be a criminal. We don't know if Thor's a criminal. What would Morgan do? I think she would kill someone at this point. Just kill half of them off and it's fine. Sorry, it talked so long the fucking thing finished. No, I love that song, but let's start from the beginning. Here we go. Susan is one of Thor's 7 criminal neighbors. Okay. Where could the innocent person be? Okay, let's have a look at this. So, 1, 2... We know there's at least another... Okay, hold on. We know there's at least another criminal down here. So we have 3. I don't. Give me another hint. Will? How? How do you know he's not a? Huh? How do you know he's? Okay, hold on. Row 2 is the only row there's only 2 criminals. All criminals on row 5 are connected. Yeah, but you could just have this one here, right? There are 7 criminals, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7? Okay, but there can't be 2 down here, which means there has to be 3. And if 1, 2, if both of them are red, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then if Will is innocent, Vicky must be to keep all criminals on row 5 connected. But that would leave Zoe a criminal for a total of 2 on the 5th row. Therefore, Will cannot be innocent. Hold on. Will was innocent. Okay, yeah, okay, I see. Okay, yeah, I need to, okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. I have to think about it in reverse. Okay, so yeah, if Will is innocent, then you have to be red. And because they're connected, that means Vicky would have to be innocent. And because you have to have more than 2. Okay, I see. Nope. Never mind. Well, I think that means Vicky must be innocent then. Nope. Okay. Well, you know what? Look, I understood your logic, George Washing Machine, but apparently the game doesn't agree. So apparently Will has to be. Oh yeah, I was clicking the wrong button. I was clicking the okay. This bodes well for the GCSE test. You see, with the GCSE test, they normally ask you questions that are more kind of, practically applied rather than generic logic puzzles. Yeah, he can't be innocent. Yeah, there are more innocents in row 3 than on row 5. Okay, and then we know there are more innocents on row 3 than on row 5. So then row 5 has to have 5. Sorry, row 5 has to have 3. Because if you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then you can have 2 on row 3. Right? Exactly 2 innocents above Xavi are neighbouring Ivan. Exactly 2 innocents above Xavi are neighbouring Ivan. Okay. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, right. So now we've got 4. We still need 3 more criminals. I mean, you could. Oh fuck! But you could have 2 on here, and then just a 3rd here, and then like a third. No. We know there are more innocents on row 3 than on row 5, and there can't be at least 2 of these have to be red, which means there has to be 3 because we don't have 2 minimum, which means there has to be 4 criminals on row 5. Okay. Actually, 2 innocents are above Xavier on neighboring Ivan. So 2 of these 3 are innocents. A5. Only 1 of the 4 innocents neighboring Ivan is in row 3. So Ivan has 4 innocents. Okay. one of them is on row 3. Okay, so we know we have 4 here. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 5, 6. Like, okay. So I don't think we can work out yet who the other 3 are that are surrounding. Surrounding here. Okay, let's work on this thing with Ivan. So let's look at it the other way. Ivan has 3 innocents. On row 2 and row 1. So Gabe, John, and Evie. 2 of these 3 people are innocent, and 1 of them is not. Two of these people are innocent and 1 is not. My brain. Bro is not finishing chapter 1 at this rate. I'm sorry, but people asked me to do this, so I'm gonna do it. Look, if you don't want me to do it, don't ask me to do it. It's simple as. We're in it now. We're gonna get the brain working. Only 1 of the 4 innocents neighboring Ivan is in row 3. So there's 1 innocent here. We know from Thor that a minimum of 2 of these people here are guilty. At least 2 of them have to be, right? Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At least 2 of them have to be. But we know there can't be 2, so there has to be 3. Which then means if there has to be 3 on here, but 1 of them is innocent. Fuck. So we know there's 3 guilty and 1 innocent here, but we don't know this. We don't know the layout. Because it could be they're guilty and then 2 of these are guilty and Laura's also guilty, or it could be Uma's innocent and all 3 of these are guilty and then Laura's innocent. Okay, let me think about this. It must have to do with the fact that we know 3 of these are guilty. We know that 2 of these people are innocent. 2 of these 3 are innocent, and they're doing Ivan. Okay, hold on. We know... Hold on. We know 2 of the 4 innocent Ivan neighbors are in column C, right? And we know 1 of the innocents is Dana, so 1 of the innocents is an A2, A3, or B3. Fuck, I don't know how to work it out though. Oh, I just can't put the last piece together. I don't see how to logic them together. Okay, we know A2 has exactly two innocents in it, right? So exactly 2 criminals. Well, either way. We're not surviving the Danganronpa trials. Well, I haven't been able to. I haven't been able to use my truth bullets. Okay, show me which one should I be looking at here. Row 2 is the only row with exactly 2 criminals. Only 1 of the 4 innocents neighboring Ivan is in row 3. Okay, so we know 1 of the 4 is here. 1 of them is here. There can't be one here. Because then I don't know what Frank is. So Frank, if there was one here, it could just be that Frank is also innocent. And then it's fine, right? This is Colonel for the Thinking Man. We have lost 30% of our viewers, by the way. The only innocent in row 3 is one of Ivan's neighbors. Yeah, because we know 3 of them have to be... I guess this means Olaf has to be a criminal? Okay. Okay. Only one of the 3 innocents neighboring Martin is in column A. Only one of the 3 innocents neighboring Martin is in column A. Not so neat, got Colonel in 2 guesses earlier. Need to compete. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Only one of the 3 innocents neighboring Martin is in column A. Okay, and then add that to the fact only one of the 4 innocents in Ivan is in row 3. So... So we know one of them is innocent, and then two of these guys are criminals. Oh, fuck me, bro. The music is acting like I got it, but that's not helped me at all. I don't know if I'm built for this, folks. I don't know if I'm built for this one. Only one of the 3 innocents neighboring Martin is in column A. So we've got two out of you 4. And I remember there's another criminal above Petra, but I just can't see how. Okay, so we know there is one innocent in row 3. Oh, hello, Jelly Raiders. Hello. Hello. Sorry, you've caught me at a very struggling time in my life. How's the raid, Jelly? Hello. War's fastball? Oh, sorry, I missed it. Hit me in the face. So I can't do a good, like, you know, I got hit in the face by a baseball bat. Noise. Titanfall 2 is peak? Good, I'm glad to hear that. We're struggling here. Well, I'm struggling here to solve this fucking clues by Sam. I've taken like 20 minutes. Olaf was the only person who could solve with the previous clue, so Olaf's clue is necessary for the next step. Only one... What other clues focus on stuff in column A? Only one of the 3 innocents neighboring Martin is in column A. So Martin, 2 of these people are guilty. I know Petra, it says one of these people is guilty. But, like, I can't prove Petra's innocent, guilty, right? Because I know there's no number before 1000 that contains the letter A. What about, A100? You know that? Actually, what's the thing that's like, what is the... There's another one as well. It's like, what is the largest number you can make without a letter of something? I can't remember what it was. Yeah, it's interesting that though, isn't it? It's interesting the way, I mean, numbers. Crazy things. Who knew? Only one of the innocents, Ivan, is in row 3. Fuck me, bro. Show me the fucking hint. Yeah, so we know Chase is one of the 2 criminals above Petra. So one of you fuckers is a criminal. And only one of the 3 innocents neighboring Martin is in column A. Oh, okay, hold on. So they can't both be criminals because we only have 2 criminals of Petra, which means Petra must be a criminal. Boom. We've done it. We've done it. We've solved one more clue. There are exactly 2 innocents above Xavi. Okay. And then Ivan said, exactly 2 of the innocents above Xavi are neighboring Ivan. So we know Thor is a criminal. Whatever you accuse me of, I didn't do it. Lies. I mean, technically, hold on. They always tell the truth. So if anything, he's actually innocent. But no. Okay, does that help us? Does this help us? We know row 2 is the only one with... Okay, so Ivan. Exactly 2 of the innocents are above Xavier on neighboring Ivan. So 2 of these 3 are innocents. Only one of the 4 innocents neighboring Ivan is in row 3. It could be, you could be both. They have an A if you misspell them. That's fucking true. Usually do the clues by Sam right before you wake up, so you never remember how to solve it. Oof. Oh, it's a banger. It's a banger. Exactly 2 innocents above Xavier on neighboring Ivan. Chase is one of the 2 criminals above Petra. Oh, hold on. There's 4. Okay, wait, hold on. There's 4 innocents with Ivan. Here's one. 2 of them have to neighbor him. So there's be. Oh fuck! But it could be here. It could be here. Oh wait, hold on. If it was here, there could be no more in this one. But if it's these 2, then it could be like I'm swear there must be something here about Gabe, right? There has to be something here about Gabe. No. 2 of the innocents above Xavier. So there are 2 in this row. That's 3. Gates. Not fuck. Innocent fuck. What am I missing here? Oh my god, bro. Why are you highlighting this when... We know there's one here. Chase is one of the 2 criminals. I don't understand why this is a highlighted clue. I don't understand how this proves anything. I mean, we know Chase is a criminal. We know there's one innocent here. How the fuck did you prove Martin? What? It's only 2 innocents above Xavier. I don't understand how you can't prove that. Oh, because if you proved Evie, if Evie was innocent, then you'd have 2 criminals. Oh no, because you can have 3 innocent people here. I don't understand how it's. I don't understand how it proved that. I legit don't understand how that worked. Okay, if we've worked out that one. Row 2 is the only 2 with exactly 2 criminals. I didn't mean to click that. I meant to click it off. Fuck. Ivan has 4 innocent neighbors. Okay, yeah. Dana in column... Dana? Yeah, 1 in column 1, 2 in column C. Therefore, none of the innocent neighbors are in column B, therefore Martin was guilty. Okay. So we know Ivan has 2 criminals in row B. Fuck me, bro. Row 2 is exactly... One of the 3 innocent neighbors, Martin, is in column A. So there's definitely 1 criminal here. There can't be a criminal here. No, there can. Fuck. Oh, there has to be 2 in here. We know there's 2 criminals here. Row 2 is the only row with exactly 2 criminals. Only 1 of the 3 innocents, Martin, is in column A. So there's 1 here. There's 1 here. Sorry, Martin. Only... Oh, fuck. I think I was reading the wrong person. Fuck. So we know... There's 2 innocents here? There's two of these 3 are innocent. I don't know why this place is so full of criminals, or why they made it such a fucking hard Clues by Sam today. Exactly 1 innocent is in column C. Exactly 1 innocent in column C is neighboring John. Exactly 1... What the fuck? They both neighbor John in column C. What do you mean? They both neighbor John. Huh? Does that mean it can't be... I don't... Fuck me, bro. Exactly 2 innocents above Xavier are neighboring Ivan. Well, it can't be both of them. It can't... So we know it can't be both of them. If it can't be both of them, we know John is innocent? Okay, okay. Oh, okay. Only 1 column has exactly 3 criminals. 1 column. Well, it can't be this one, because we know there's an extra thing here. Can't be this one, because we know there's one of you is a criminal. Do we know it could be this one? Exactly 1 criminal column C is neighboring. Only 1 of the 3. Only 1 column is exactly 3 criminals. So this one is the only one that can have 3 criminals. So you have to be innocent. No? Huh? 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 Oh, no. This is the one that has 3 criminals. Which means you are criminal. Yeah, we knew that was a criminal because you has to be... Okay, hold on. Oh, my brain! I'm thinking too hard. Jesus Christ, okay. Okay, we've got it down. Ivan. 1 of 4 innocent neighbors is in row C. We got 1 here. And then we have one between these 2. There are exactly 2 innocents above Xavier. So yeah, one of you has to be the innocent and one of you has to not be. How do I? Oh fuck! How do I? You cannot be innocent because then you'd have two innocents. So you have to do them. Beautiful. Which means you have to be innocent. Beautiful. Which means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have to be a criminal. Oh my god. Okay, now it comes down to the final question. One of you two fuckers is a criminal. And one of you is an innocent. But we know 2 is the only one that has 2 criminals. So you have to be innocent, and you have to be criminal. Oh my fucking god, bro. We did it. We did it. It just took 39 minutes with like 6 different clues. Holy shit, I did the tutorial. It took me 5 minutes. It took me like 3 minutes to do the tutorial. I was like, oh, okay, this will be a fun little thing to do, a quick jaunt to do. I've never done it before. Let me just do a quick one. And they were like, no, motherfucker. 40 minutes, bitch. You're not finishing episode 1 of the Devil today. But we'll see about that. We'll see about that. You know what? Keep it on. Keep it on. The best cornered theme of all of the Ace Attorneys. As I've said before, I say it every time it comes on. Apollo Justice. Like, I've never played the game before. I did that. That was a harsh one to fucking smack me on, bro. And I don't know, like, the logic loops it normally employs. Oh, that was like 10 hours per episode? Yeah, but haven't we done like 2 streams of episode 1 now? I feel like we're like 7 hours through. 6, 7. As the kids say. Alright. Sam really did say die. It took Jelly TTV 4 streams. Also, I've been saying I need to check. Not that it's a competition, but it is a competition. I want to check how many chips I will have at the end of the stream, or end of episode 1 compared to Jelly. It was 5. Oh. So I wanna, if I beat him, I want to brag about it. If he beats me, everyone keep quiet, okay? No one needs to tell him that. Okay. Where the fuck were we? Okay, let me remember. I think we're about to go to trial. I think we're about to go to the first trial, right? Would you kindly, oh my god, she's from BioShock, slow the hell down. I'm sorry, Adonai. Was I walking too quickly for you? I need to get back into the fucking voices as well. It's been a long time. And by a long time, I mean Monday. But, you know, that's a long time for me. That wasn't walking. That was speed walking. Up 2 flights of stairs. It's very different. Speed walking? Oh, shit. She's fucking, she's hyped. No. I think we did 1 stream, which is episode 0, and we've done 2 episode 1 streams. Sounds like a powerful technique. Is it like the Zen Zhao? Just let me try for a minute. Adonai, is it possible that you are out of shape? Oh shit! You can't ask a woman that. No. But since we left the cab, your heart rate has... I'm not wearing the right clothes. Or the right shoes. Is that... so? Yes. Also, I didn't stretch or hydrate, and the sun is reaching its zenith. That would have been several hours ago. Do you mean the air temperature? You said it would be a short walk from street level, so I prepared myself, mentally, for a short walk. Then you took off like a rocket, and you didn't mention we'd have to go upstairs. Are you sure this place is even back here? The reviews online were quite clear. It's worth the trouble finding it. I don't know how the time works out, but you were generally not even halfway through despite streaming episode 1 twice. Well... good, honestly. That means more content. When I sent Fran... Oh, that was it. We're looking for a musician. That was it. When I sent Fran hunting for a musician in David's circles, I expected them to bring me someone from the city orchestra or a jazz club. The champagne flute and the teacup kind of musician. But this is the tequila and neon part of town. It should be in view if we turn... Adonai, be careful. Of what? Of the devil. Dum dum dum. It's a stray. And it's bearing its fangs too. It could be carrying diseases. You should... Relax. Adonai, it's growling. It's not growling at me. See? So it's just me that it doesn't like. Wow, fucking racist dog owners training their dogs to bark at androids. Too much static. How'd you get it to calm down? It's an animal, not a monster. It wants to be calm. Do you like animals? What kind of cold-blooded freak doesn't like animals? You, Morgan. Don't lie to me. Do you have a pet? I said this before. Jelly viewers, if you're still here, thoughts? What is your fate? Because I know Jelly recently streamed up the devil. What are your thoughts on the best Sarah face? I think this is the best Sarah face so far. It gives me huge Maya Fey vibes. Boobs are don't look at the boobs. Don't look at the boobs. Don't be crass. I mean, yes, Sarah is looking directly at them, but come on. It's the stars for sure. That's true. That's true. And the pout is pretty good as well. No? Never have? Why not? Because I want to take care of a pet. That seems counterintuitive to me. Well, it makes perfect sense to me, and I don't need it to make sense to you. But you notice you're only talkative when it's just the two of us. Just an observation. There it is, the pout. You shy or something? Did David program you to have android anxiety? It's generally only appropriate to respond to comments that are addressed to oneself. Today, I have rarely been addressed directly by people other than you. Ah. In other words, Sumari, you're shy. That is not what I... Can I try petting it? There's no law against it. There's no law that says a dog can't play basketball. 4:26 p.m., July 1st, 2086. It's kind of crazy. This happens a mere 9 years after Cyberpunk 2077. Ultraviolets. This is the establishment. Let's see if Isaac Porter is as habitual as Fran claims. Do you think Father was close with this man? This man who you've never met? I think he was close with him, yeah. At some point. I had some help making that deduction. Fran saw their metadata showed a significant pooling of interaction between the two of them, particularly over the past month. But Fran also saw a phone call between the two last night. So they were close. There it is again, amazing. Do you think they were sleeping together? Whoa, Sarah, you've been reading too many fanfic. That is completely inappropriate for me or anyone to speculate about. Inappropriate? Adonai, it's only I'm getting a very important text message from my private investigator. Excuse me. Did you catch the killer yet? No. What the hell? I sent you his pos. I'm at his position. I haven't spoken to Porter yet. Anyway, there's no reason to suspect him right now. Lame. Surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Isn't David Asher a corporate sellout in your eyes? Everyone's a corporate sellout. But Asher gets respect. If I'm a demolitions expert, he's like a really good architect. The killer. I mean, I've always got the vibe, but I think they say it as well. Like, to me, this guy has like a 11-year-old French orphan kind of accent, which I would be much more committed to if I didn't think it was probably going to get me cancelled for some reason. That's almost sweet, I think. Asher started working out in Cube. So, in the architect analogy, by today's standards, he's like, I don't know. As a kid, he built all the bricks by hand, or something. You know that lit homework can help you with framing analogies, or forming analogies? Eat this analogy. Beep. Got him. Did that come through, or did the characters break? It's supposed to be a guy giving you the finger. Classic. That's a classic emoji. Emote? Whichever one you want to say. I take it Cube is a programming language. What's special about it? Pretty much anything coded in the last 20 years is web-based. Only the last 20 years? You code with the assumption that you'll always be connected. So you can depend on having fat libraries of references to lean on. And if something does go wrong, your errors get reported to you automatically. But not Cube. You can look it up. But basically, Cube was originally for robotics and the like. Machinery. Stuff that had to operate in mines. Under the ocean. Middle of nowhere, fields with zero signal service. So Cube had to be self-sufficient. How rugged. Where'd Asher learn Cube anyway? It's older than dirt. From like the 40s, my god, the 40s. I don't know. I think his father had a machine shop or something. Vague. Yeah, well, David didn't like to talk about his family. And I never asked. You never asked? What did your private investigator have to say, Adonai? Not telling. Get owned. Who are you? Who are you, young lady? Alright. What we got here? The stage for talent. Pretty close to the floor. Guess it fits with the whole round table aspect of the place. Everyone's on more or less equal footing, dancing in the dark, once you get past the bouncer. Do you think they might have met here? David and Porter? I can't see David walking in here. Because you found the walk so challenging? Because it's too loud to relax. And not dark enough to be anonymous. I see. What's that face? You got an opinion to share? The atmosphere's not bad in here, but the music isn't quite... I'll find you a survey to fill out before we leave. What kind of music does an android even like? Electronic, obviously. Early 21st century punk rock. Oh, she's drooling. I loved Sum 41 and Blink 182. Is that just you, or does that go for all androids? I haven't met all androids. I can't speak for them. I wonder what they say. If they're smart, they'd say that music peaked with early 21st century punk rock. I was created in the wrong generation. Anyone else still listening to this in 2087? Debate settled. Okay, what we got here? Oh, we are talking to you, That one over there. He matches the photo Franz sent. Should I approach now or look around some more? Let's look around some more real quick. Okay, appraise. A bar stocked full of colourful selections and busy bartenders. Hope this isn't the kind of club you can order food in. Only time bar food is any good is when you're drunk enough to forget the taste and the gap between chewing and swallowing. So you can, like, eat things? Yes, I can. Ding! This is another really good one. Also, if people are still here, I didn't get a response from anyone because I don't know if anyone follows them. But has anyone read or reads up to date the Awkward Zombie webcomics by Katie Tiedrich? I think her name is. Does this? If you do, don't you think this frame looks a lot like it was drawn by her? It gives me huge vibes from her. No, you haven't heard it, or no, you disagree? Her most famous work is hold on, let me get it. Up. Her most famous and iconic work is this one. The classic Ace Attorney. Hold on. The Ace Attorney Eat Your Hamburgers Apollo. Have you ever heard anyone reference that? This is from her comics. It's like, Los Angeles, truly the greatest city in these United States of America. I, for one, am proud to live in a country with such a rich history and culture as ours. Something about this seems off. Don't be ridiculous, Apollo. Come, let us all enjoy a traditional American meal around the traditional American kotatsu. Eat your hamburgers, Apollo. Classic. Which people reference all the time. But yeah, I don't know, something about the way she's drawn this reminds me a lot of how she draws some things. But anyway. What, like Android food? There is no such product. You know I gotta do it to them. Oh, you can't see, fuck. You know I gotta do it to them. So what do androids eat? Online user guides for noble war models clarify that they don't eat anything in the traditional sense. I like to think she's looking up because she's accessing the hard drive in her brain. You know it's American because it's left to right. It's so funny. I just realized now you're talking about text. But it comes up because obviously the original Phoenix Wright happens in Japan. And the translation happens in America. And there is a case in the second Ace Attorney game where it becomes really important to know that someone has the steering wheel on the wrong side of the car. So they had to change it because originally it was Japan. They ordered an American car, and then obviously it had the wheel on the right side. No, the American one had it on the left side because they drive on the right. Whereas obviously in Japan they drive on the left, so then they had to switch it for the localization. They bought a British car because that's why anyway, this makes me laugh. They get their energy from electrical charging, usually wireless. Whenever they need to eat, it's to replenish specific vitamins and electronics. Electrolytes. Sounds like what a lot of mod users go through with their sports drinks and energy bars. And charger separation anxiety. According to the net, warm androids can ingest nutrient-rich processed carbohydrate pellets if they need to forego electrical charging long-term. Processed pellets? You mean like kibble? Like dog food? No, it is not like dog food at all. Can you buy it from the pet store? It seems that you can. How is it something you have to look up anyway? Because I've always just eaten whatever father gave me. Like what? Marbled beef. Never hydroponic avocados. Foie gras. Or foie gras. Hold on. What have we got here? Terms. Cube. I forgot we had fucking Hannah here. How you doing? Cube was a tier 5 programming language commonly used in mid-21st century robotics, intended to support robust behavior trees in low data stream environments. Its design philosophy emphasized lean, goal-orientated learning that would not be reliant on the bloated libraries and always online API popularized in the 2030s. Rosu Fluff, real name unknown, first began working on Cube in 2044 as part of a student robotics project. Cube 0.9 released in 2045, and by 2048, Cube 3.1 had already found itself embedded in robotics engineering across the globe. Despite having what is considered a relatively high barrier to entry in user knowledge and execution, Cube gained widespread popularity, particularly among the disaffected communities and third world countries where internet access would remain unreliable for the next 2 decades as regional conflicts would continue. Infamously, Contra fighter engineers utilized Cube during the 27-day siege to seize mechanized weapons from peacekeeping forces in a cyber warfare operation that is frequently cited as the key reason as to why the siege lasted as long as it did. Interesting. I wonder if that's going to come up. Because they're making military warm androids that I guess run on Cube. Cube has not been developer supported since 2063 and is considered a defunct programming language. Because most of its documentation was never ported from AldNet and due to its incompatibility with tenants, there is little to no corporate interest in the ongoing grassroots digital archaeology effort to archive it. Okay, is it not being used on the robots? Why are we talking about Cube? I can't remember. I thought it was used in this. My I'm not eating dog food shirt makes people ask questions already answered by the shirt. That's fucking real. Yeah, so our friend who made the robot is like they were extremely rich. Put it that way. They kind of invented like special robot software that like all robots use. So they're pretty loaded. Never Hydroponic is a movement calling for sourcing food exclusively from farms utilizing natural sunlight. Lobbyists for the movement have made unsubstantiated claims about superior taste or nutritional value, but the label has yet to receive official state recognition, and thus the presence of the term, or terms like it, on food packaging carries no weight and is not backed by any legal guarantee. One of the number of food sourcing movements that rose in the latter half of the 21st century as rising sea levels reduced the total amount of arable land around the globe and shifted the global agricultural industry towards hydroponics and vertical farms. Rural skyscrapers, where each floor is utilised for food production, saving on real estate costs and reducing the impact of unstable weather on agricultural output. You know, they've been saying that they've mastered hydroponic farms for like 15 years now, and they still haven't really managed to do it. Every like 3 to 5 years, I see a video or an article being like, hydroponic farms solved. This time, we've nailed it down. And then like 5 years later, it's like, never heard again. So like one day they're going to work out how to do hydroponics, but they have not worked out yet. That sort of thing. I am not paying for any of that. Okay. I think we've got everything. Can I... Hello? Can I talk to you now? Hi. Hi. Oh! Sorry, there's more. What kind of reading material gets left out of the club? A tabloid interview? Exclusively sit down with luxury. You've heard her name on everyone's lips. You've seen her face in magazines and commercials, and then double check to make sure the photos weren't labeled as edited. Now get all your burning questions about her answered here in our exclusive interview with the mysterious young woman who's being called, in perhaps the only truly unanimous vote the net's ever seen, the most beautiful woman in the world. Why the name? People think it's an ego thing, but it was like just a random username I picked up back when I was grassroots. Then it was a pseudonym to give a little shade from all the attention. Now it's a brand, and I can't change it without setting the stock market into a spin, so... You're certainly influential. After partnering with you, Inti saw a 3,000% price increase in their share price. Yay! I'm happy for them, of course, but to be honest, it's a pain at times like this. She gestures towards her clothes, a plain white t-shirt and gym shorts with no branding visible. On anyone else, it might seem sloppy, or even unflattering. On her, it only makes her natural beauty stand out that much more. Who are you wearing, by the way? Can't wear anyone unless I'm attending something. If I don't dress like this, all my sponsors fall into bidding wars every time I leave the house. Does it stress you, all the attention? Stress is bad for your skin, right? They say mine's flawless. Can't argue with that. So, do you have any skincare routine? Any tips you'd like to share? Be a little bratty, act a little spoiled, keeps you young. And how old are you exactly? Everyone's dying to know. 18 to 29, now and forever. Wink. Don't get stuck on a cliffhanger like that. Hurry, log in below so you can read the rest. Quickly, time is running out. Well, however old she is or isn't, Luxury's got one hell of a mind for business. Might do her more good than that face in the end. Maybe. It's one hell of a face. In the meantime, she's powerful because she influences stock markets. Some rises are too meteoric for even the Megs to grab the reins on. At this point, luxury's got them at her mercy. She can send their stocks into disarray with one selfie. Good for her. Victorine. Classic. What the hell was that? Dice Gambit callback. The rare Dice Gambit callback. Oh yeah, that's him alright. Looks like he's killing time before it's set tonight. Are you unsure how to proceed, Adonai? I'm sure that you need to hang back. As for me, I'll play it cool. I don't think oh god, that sounds so cringe. Making a play it cool. You have Dice Gambit on your wish list. Is it good? I liked it. I thought it was really fun. Nice. I think I played it for like 20 hours or something. I think towards the end, it got a little repetitive, but not enough to put you off it. I think like the visual design was really nice. The gameplay was fun with all the dice. Like you can go crazy in that game. Like late game, you can like break that game and go insane. The music is good. Yeah, I think it's a good game. I liked it a lot. Okay, we're gonna play it cool because I want to see how she does it, which is gonna sound. I can only imagine it's gonna be extremely cringe. Hey there. Hey. Some sick beats out there on the floor, right? Sick beats? Yeah, or whatever, man. The hell? You a fucking cop or something? This isn't a cop bar. And you're already dressed like a cop. God damn, you're media, aren't you? Fucking vultures. Oh, fuck. Oh, God, we're losing so many points. Perhaps I should start over. My name is Morgan. I was David's friend. I knew we were going to be cringe. I didn't realize she was going to be that cringe. I thought she had some charisma in her. I'm currently his lawyer. Can we talk? Not here. Thanks, Isaac. Isaac Porter. Shouldn't you be fucking killing zombies in space? Was that his name? Was it Isaac Porter? Is that Dead Space guy? Musician, bassist. I like, you notice how they put these two as separate because playing the bass does not count as real music. Dalme, thank you so much for subscribing. Subscribing for 9 months, my god. With the way people are hyping this up so much, I can only conclude that Of the Devil is a class of 09 like. Oh, Dalmek. God, it's painful because it's kind of true. I don't know how to explain it because it's in no way like Class of 09. Like, I couldn't point to a single thing which is like Class of 09, but I don't, in some ways the vibes sound like, I don't know how to describe it, but spiritually, I think there's a little overlap. I don't know how to describe it. Well, this is an offensive. Yeah, exactly. No, I'm joking around. I think Of the Devil is a lot better. I don't know why. I don't know why in my brain. I think it's just because they have characters on screen, like in Class of 09. And it's like it's a similar kind of format of like people chatting between each other, being kind of jokey and casual at points. Yeah, and it is internet brained a little bit. But yeah, I haven't actually played Class of 09, so I just purely off vibes. But yeah, no, I'm mainly just playing the bit. I would not Class of 09. Fuck. Of the Devil, very good game. If anyone out there wants to play it, I recommend you play it. It's a good game. Maybe it's also because it's, you know, mainly female-based protagonists, like Class of 09. So it's got that for it going as well. Feminism win. Likes itineraries. You like itineraries. What, are you a fucking nerd? Grilling and champagne. Dislikes resistance training. Oh my god, he's a fucking nerd. Producers and ads. You don't like robots, okay. The best at gift giving, the worst at folding laundry. Favorite quote, I don't do requests. Don't thank me yet. I might just sit here, shut my mouth, and stick you with my tab. So what kind of lawyer are you? What kind of friend? I'm his defense attorney. Think you missed the bus on that then, yeah? I'm a friend who needs to know what happened yesterday. Doesn't everyone? Try somewhere else, friendly lawyer. I haven't seen him in weeks. You might not have seen him. But we both know you spoke with him over the phone yesterday. Only a short time before he died. How the hell? Isaac. It's pretty obvious you don't want this particular spotlight to linger on you any longer than is necessary. So why don't we cut to the chase? No lies, no playing coy. Ah. Sarah. Yes, Adonai? The hell? Is that thing transmitting? I am not streaming any data, no. Or doesn't seem to recognize Sarah either. Although Devil loves doing references to all the games and animes that Dev has played, it has done that several times, especially Ace Attorney. I don't think we've had any Danganronpa references, or direct references. I think a lot of the design and some of like the gameplay mechanics in Chapter 0 were Danganronpa inspired. But I don't think we've had any direct Danganronpa references. Apart from there being pink blood. I guess that could be one. One more person David was keeping secrets from. I need to record everything for the court. Fine. You two were together, is that correct? We were together. I ended it. Yesterday. Oh my god. If Ace Attorney can make pop culture jokes, then Other Devil can make nerd references. It's the balance of the world. No, I think more games should make references to media they love. Fuck it. I think, you know, have fun with it. Care to elaborate? On our entire relationship? Look, you can tell me everything once, and I can get it on the record. Or you can hear the same questions over and over again from 1,000 different cops and Megs for the next 3 months. We met in a bar. I had seen him come in a few times, each time with someone else. Each time talking with his mouth, but not looking with his eyes. See you, Silver. Have a good sleep. It ticked me off. Scribbling on napkins and letting his single gin and tonic sweat on the table for 2 hours. His dates would all go to the bathroom or take a call and slip out the back. One of them didn't make it 10 minutes. And he'd still sit there the rest of the night unfazed. Couldn't tell if he was oblivious or stupid or shameless or the most confident man in the world. And he ticks me off. One night, things were slow and my set had been cancelled and his date hadn't even bothered to think of an excuse before bailing, so I asked him why he insisted on coming there, night after night. Just to ignore vapid people he wasn't interested in at a shitty bar with drinks he didn't like. And he just said, because I like your music. Oh, fucking slick. He was slick with it. Man, did that tick me off. It was cute early on. Him being so passionate about work I could barely pretend to understand. I liked that we gave each other space, you know. Felt like we were being mature or whatever. Until? There was no until. No one day where everything turned sour. But at some point, I started to understand where his priorities were and how I ranked in them. I said he was passionate about his work. I just wrongly assumed he would also be that passionate about me at some point. So I pulled away a little, wanted to see if he'd notice, if he'd miss me. Testing him, like that isn't the biggest red flag in the world. He never budged. I can ignore him for days and he wouldn't be the least bit ashamed to see me. I picked a fight, he'd never get angry or upset, he'd just apologise. He didn't want to fight with me. Guess he was never invested enough to bother. It was my mistake. I watched him sit all those nights not giving a shit when people walked away, and still I had this stupid idea for somehow, for whatever reason, I'd be different. That I would be special. But I wasn't. So I ended it. Last night, I called him. Didn't expect he'd pick up. Had everything prepared to leave a message with an assistant to an ad or whatever. But he answered. First ring. Without hesitation, shame, or awkwardness. And that ticks me off. This guy gets ticked off pretty often. So I told him exactly how valued he'd made me feel the past few months. I told him exactly how insignificant I felt as the boyfriend of the illustrious Dr. David Asher. And what did he say? He apologized. And then he asked me if that was all I called to tell him. Oh, shit. Woof. I get the feeling that David Asher, either was not a great guy or was not very socially, socially aware. I hung up after that. Spent the rest of the night wrapped in warm disdain for him and his coldness. He'd made that easy for me. I went to sleep hurt but clean, ready for something new. And then this morning I wake up to see that my ex killed himself not 2 hours ago after he let me walk out with his life without so much as a don't. What the hell, man? What the hell, David? And now, you're just the tip of an iceberg of lawyers and reporters and buzzards. Parasites who want to hear about the man who sent David Asher over the edge. I never wanted to be his last lifeline or the straw that broke his back. I just wanted to be his goddamn boyfriend. Turns out, I was asking for too much. It's yet to be determined whether David committed suicide. You serious? He's kind of like Steve Jobs to you? Oh, you mean he doesn't believe in modern medicine? Okay, that makes sense. You don't have all the facts. And you do? Any one of them point to anything else? Thought so. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it. That's it? No summons? The court has no need for you to retell a sad story like that. The court, huh? Sorry to bother you at work. Sarah, let's go. Your discography is very impressive. Yeah, thanks. And your range is remarkable. So it pained me to see that all your works in the last quarter have been so melancholy. I think... But what the hell would you know about any of that? What's the matter? Can't find the words? Need to steal them from somewhere else first? Butcher them before shitting them back out? We love a man who hates AI. I was not trained on any datasets that... Nah, pardon me. My mistake, really. Not your fault you're only standing here because rich prick nerds were allowed to rob the world blind for most of the century. Based. Sarah, we're leaving. What the hell was that all about? He was under the false impression that I was programmed using a massive automated learning model. A massive automated learning model. My god, they moved on from large learning models. They're now massive learning models. An early 21st century... Not that. Why did you talk to him? I wanted to... I just felt that I should say something to him. A word of advice. People don't want comfort from strangers, especially when they're androids. They want it from people than the people they want it from. Coming from anywhere else is just... Corn syrup on a parched tongue. What a fucking expression. Corn syrup on a parched tongue. That's a fucking cyberpunk dystopian American saying, if I've ever heard one. Doesn't matter how sweet it is, they'll just start gagging. Is Sarah ChatGPT? She's like Chat RPT. I was trying to think of a letter that came after G but wasn't too close to G, and then I realised the whole joke would fall apart, but whatever. She's like Chat GP3. Any better? You know a lot about people, don't you, Adonai? Compared to you, I'm a goddamn savant. Come on, there's not too much time left. Is there still somewhere you want to investigate? Somewhere I need to return to, actually. Porter was right. Porter was right. As things stand, I don't have any evidence that can establish an alternative interpretation of the facts. But if there did exist hard evidence that could prove his death wasn't a suicide, there's only one place I could find it at this point. 5:16 p.m., July 1st. Noble Employee Housing Building, Platea. Penthouse basement. The basement. You sure you don't want to have another look around the crime scene? I'm all out of time. I'm all out of love. Gotta approach this from the other angle. The other angle? You know, inductive versus deductive. Blip the chessboard and all that. Oh my god. Blip the chessboard. I didn't realise Morgan was, I didn't realise she read Umineko. Oh shit. I didn't realise we were, sorry. I didn't respect her game. I didn't realise. Morgan seeing David, like, dead in a basement with his eye gorged out, turns to Sarah. You know, Umineko predicted this. Morgan fucking flicking through Umineko chapter 7 on her way to her fucking job. Man. I guess in the future it's classical literature. Is it actually a direct reference to Umineko? I'm assuming it is, but like I guess people can, like, flipping a chessboard is like could just be a general saying as well. But we'll take it as one. We'll take it as one. Cinema. Where's Nanjo? Get Nanjo in here immediately. Oh, okay. Well, okay. You know what? I think it might be a reference, chat. I think it might be a reference. Haven't you ever read a mystery novel? Particularly one about seagulls crying? I've seen mystery films. Well, let's see if you paid any attention then. It's so funny people say, oh, this might be a reference in the first line, and then they keep going. Yeah, that has happened at least twice now. It also happened when fucking... I think Sarah said, like... Well, she said, like, it's almost Christmas. And then I was like, almost Christmas? She said, it wasn't Christmas. And then, like, Morgan immediately just says, almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. Classic. I'm too of the devil pilled. What killed David Asher? Poison. Is that a step ladder in the background? Oh god. 10 points. There's a point system? Now, how did that poison get into his bloodstream? He must have ingested it orally. And how do we know that? The medical examiner found no injection marks or wounds. And if he had inhaled it? Inhaled it? Why? Leave the whys to someone who actually understands them. I won't be able to understand anything if I don't practice. Practice by answering my questions. I suppose it's possible, but highly unlikely. We'd have found a delivery system for it inside the building, like an inhaler. Right. An airborne poison is either shoved in your face or sprayed over a wide area. And no one around David has shown any kinds of symptoms. So all we're left is oral intake. Eliminating the impossible. Oh my god, is that another fucking reference? Eliminating the impossible means no matter what's left, no matter how improbable, is only possible. What's next, Adonai? Young's corroborated statement was that David didn't exhibit any irregular symptoms or behaviour until he started drinking that night. You have no idea what this game is, but the art style is doing something for you. How far are we into this? So, we are... Stream-wise, this is the 4th stream. Story-wise, we're about halfway through episode 1. And there's an episode 0, and then there's episode 1 and episode 2. So I would say we're like a third of the way through the game so far. But there is a huge spoiler from chapter 0. So, and Chapter 0, I believe, is a free demo. Someone can correct me. I think it's a free demo. So what I would say is, yeah, if you like the idea of this, if you like the visuals, if you like the idea of a detective game like Ace Attorney or Danganronpa, I would say don't spoil yourself. Play the demo, Chapter 0. If you love it, then either keep playing it or come back here and watch it after you do it. Or you could obviously watch my stream, my stream of Chapter 0, but whichever one you want to do. But yeah, I would definitely check it out for yourself. I highly recommend the game. I think it's really fun. And the police didn't find anything unusual in any of the food or drink in his home. Except for his cup, the results were inconclusive. Chung was drinking from the same bottle and the same type of cup, but didn't get sick. We have to conclude then that David's cup alone was poisoned. That all seems to be logical. Ah, that's a fun one, the wink and the smile. And consistent with the police's theory of suicide. So why are we down here? Minus 10 points. Back to 0. Rip. Back to 0. Back to 0. David left the parlour and came back with whiskey and 2 cups. Jung told us. Is it Young or Jung? Like, I would normally say Young. Is it Young? Young told us as much, and apparently the cameras upstairs support her theory, her story. So we have to conclude then that he got them both from this bar? Better. 5 points. She's so pleased with herself. Did he also get the poison from the cabinet? The police have been in here since we left. According to their ARCS files, they didn't find anything that matches their poison down here. So the poison somehow went straight into the drinking cup then. I need to flip this around again. I need to flip the chessboard. But if you turn something 360 degrees, you're just back to... You know why they call it the Xbox 360? If I were the prosecution, what would I want more than anything? Proof that David knowingly added the poison himself. He wouldn't do that. And you can make that claim because there's no video evidence to contradict you. How long was David off camera? From 7:36 PM to 7:40 PM when he left the parlour to get liquor from this bar. So, if we had David on camera for those 4 minutes, and he didn't poison himself in that time, he would have a perfect alibi for the crime, proving his innocence. But Adonai, we don't have footage of that. There are no security cameras down here. I think there are. There was that, there was that security system that was like a 46-digit code that we just gave up on earlier, right? What do you mean? This whole building is coated head to toe in penumbra security systems, courtesy of Noble. Every console, every corner, every Android on every floor, it's all plugged into penumbra. Except that. That panel is foreshadowing his alliterative device. It really is. Manufactured by Cotter Security Systems. Why would David put a console through a different security system in exactly one corner of his penthouse? I've never given it much thought. Well, it's been bothering me all day. But my curiosity alone can't scale a 64-digit wall. You mean signal hijacking, or whatever you want to call it? Have you tried it before? It is illegal and unnecessary. A father would not... He would not have installed hidden cameras in his own home. At the end of the day, I can't make you do anything. Well, actually, I probably can now that you're registered to me. But aren't you the one who wanted to prove his innocence? Eliminate the impossible. I will need your express verbal command. Not like David can press charges against us at this point. Do it. Do it. Imagine if she hacks in, boom. We're immediately into the near automata hacking device minigame. Did you really need me to say that? For the purposes of record keeping, yes. Oh, fuck. She's got you on camera, Morgan. You're fucked. I've gotten past the 64-digit code, and I have found cameras. Okay. Before we see what's going on, let us take a break. It's been just over 2 hours. Take a quick 5-10 minute break. I'll be back before you know it. See you in 5. Welcome back, gamers. I just checked the my friend what do you call it? Group chat. My friend group chat, and of course a beacon of all knowledge and wisdom. And the conversation today from my friend, one of these classic fucking things that if you saw online you would cynically dismiss as a content mill, but is a great topic of debate among our friend group. My friend has said, if you have 24 hours to eat 15,000 calories of one food, what would you pick to eat? And everyone's put the classic stuff. Pizza. You know. Butter. All these other ones. My friend has brought out a black horse. A side angle that I'd never thought of. And you know what? I think they're onto something. They've put 2 liters of olive oil. Just take a double shot every 15 minutes. And within 24 hours, you'd have done 15,000 calories. And I'm like, you know what? They might be onto something. That might be the way to do it. Like, that is gonna fucking suck. But you could chug over 24 hours 40 double shots worth of olive oil, or like sunflower oil. I think you could do it. I think you could do it. Like, because my suggestion was butter. Like, if you got like some French bread and then just put like an absurd amount of butter on it. Like, I'm talking like several inches worth of butter and just ate like an absurd amount, but you still need quite a lot. And then other things was peanut butter. I think peanut butter is a really good option, but like, I don't like peanut butter. So, oh my god, this thing, 2.5 kilograms of peanut butter. Oh my god. Could you imagine eating 2.5 kilograms of peanut butter? Ah, my god. Like, I just think I'd throw up. I don't know. Go on those hamster things and fill it with oil and just like I'm thinking as like, imagine you got like some French bread, douse the entire thing in butter, like oil, right? So the entire thing's soaked with oil. Slather just a shit ton of butter on that, some cheese, salt and pepper it. I think that would be like the most manageable way for me to do it. I think if I was forced to do it, the oil would be the way I do it though. Like, it's not the most fun way of doing it, but like yeah, just like 2 liters of olive oil, of like regular oil. Honestly, even what I might do is fucking, you take the shots for the first liter, and then honestly, just man up, or woman up, or person up of unspecified gender, grab the last liter of like sunflower oil and just chug that shit. Just chug the entire shit down. Because like, you know, a liter's only a liter. I don't know if you have to keep it down, I guess. Or you could do, oh my god, 15 tubs of Ben & Jerry's ice cream. 15 tubs of Ben & Jerry's ice cream. 15,000 calories will remain less as we have 88 kilograms. Yeah, I would not recommend that one. 10 quesaritos. What is a quesarito? Have a look here. Quesarito. Quesarito. It's a popular Taco Bell item that contains a burrito and a quesadilla. Okay, I should have seen that coming. Have a look at one of these. How big are we looking? Damn. Are you telling me each one of those is 1,000 calories? They look kind of small. I reckon you could tank 15 of those. Yeah, no, I reckon I could do 15 of those in 24 hours. For sure. Taco Bell cheese. Can you imagine? Like 20 Taco Bell cheese burritos? Like, yeah, you passed the test, but can you imagine how you'd feel the next day? You are going to spend the next 3 days on the toilet. Easy. Having actually tried to eat a spoon of oil, you don't know how hard it is to chug. Were you eating just regular oil, or were you eating like a castor oil for like medical purposes? God, I'm just imagining now trying to chug a liter of oil. Like you'd feel it just coat the inside of your throat. Oh my god. Oh, okay, but olive oil is different. Sorry. I know I keep saying olive oil, but if I was choosing this, I would not choose olive oil. Because olive oil has such a distinctive taste. I would do like sunflower oil. Sunflower oil is so much thinner and like so much less. The taste is less strong, right? Much weaker taste. You think? I reckon. Hold on. I'm gonna see if this exists. Is there a video? Man chugs liter of sunflower oil. Oh my god, what is this? Hold on. We're turning into a react stream. We're a react streamer now. Hold on. Idiot consumes 24,000 calories of fat in 3 minutes. Forget 24 hours, 3 minutes. 11 years ago, by the way. Sorry, 13 years ago. Let me lock in real quick. I'm going to check this one. And he does olive oil as well. That's fucking crazy.
LA Beast here.
Hello, LA Beast.
Today, I have been presented with the
Why is he doing it out like a World War II
Jimmy
ration
Kane,
can as well?
Who works at
Why
honorvet.org,
is it out like a metal can? Like what you'd pour petrol out of?
Buddy. We had a discussion.
Huh?
Actually, he's not a good weightlifting buddy because he doesn't even go to the gym.
I did think about oil, like
diets,
gasoline, because like gasoline is really high in calories. Could you get a small enough amount of gasoline that it wouldn't fuck you up and you'd get through the thing? But I think it would still be quite a lot. It'd probably still be like a glassful, right? Which is way too much.
Oil, which contains 24,000 calories and 2,800 grams of fat.
You could probably eat like, yeah, like I was gonna say, like a couple of milligrams of uranium. You just have to work out if that's enough to radioactively damage you, or it's small enough it doesn't matter.
2 or 3 minutes. Stay tuned. Okay, as you can see.
Sorry, I gotta watch this. Sorry, I know this is like completely not the content we're here for, but I need to see this guy do it.
Oh boy.
Oh my god, look at this, bro.
I don't think this is too healthy.
God, it's so thick.
Support.
Oh my fucking god.
Be the first man on YouTube to consume 24,000 calories. Holy cow, this is...
If it goes to your body and you shit it out, did you really eat 15k? I mean, you ate it, it just didn't absorb through you. I think if I was doing this if I was the judge of this challenge, I would say, as long as you don't throw up immediately afterwards, it's fine.
Cheers.
Oh my god. He's not even phased. He's tanking this shit. Has he drunk this before? I feel like he's practiced. He doesn't even look that like. Yeah, this man has drunk oil before for sure. Like he doesn't even look that upset. He's like, oh, it's quite a lot, but he doesn't look like he's, you know, he's horrified. Yeah, this is an interesting music choice. Why is it like Kirby music playing? Oh my god, bro. This is making me ill. I feel like I'm feeling sick. Water plus food coloring? No, but he poured it out when it was thick. He poured it out and it looked like oil. Like it didn't pour out like water. I feel like this just disqualifies you from ever going to the doctor for life. Yeah. This is the kind of thing they would put on your medical record, underlined.
Jimmy Kane, this is a stupid idea, buddy.
You believe this is a camera trick? This was 13 years ago with like an old frat boy in his garage. I fully believe this is real. Like, this screams to me it's real. He's in his fucking garage. He's got a headband on. He's talking about how his buddy dared him to do this. Oh, okay, let's get the fuck off this. Let's get off this. Sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. Doug does regular shots of olive oil for macros. Brother. The macros. What macros does olive oil have apart from calories? There's so many better ways to get calories in you. Like, it doesn't have protein in it. Anyway, oh, it has fats in it, but it's not hard to find fat either. Right, we're locking in. We're locking back in. Sorry, we're back to Of the Devil. There are a number of them embedded in the room's walls and ceilings. As you theorize, they are on a separate network from the rest of the building. Someone did mention before, like, this is, like, illegal evidence that we're seizing. I don't know if it is. Because it's technically recordings that... If you have camera recordings... I mean, we did hack into the camera. That's true. We should have asked the police to hack into it, I guess. So I guess it is illegal evidence. But... A, we live in a world where no one uses that law anymore. Or B, we still kind of prove that he didn't kill himself. So, like, it's hard for them to go forward with this thing. I guess we'll find out. But did you know, I found out that law doesn't exist in the UK. If you find illegal evidence, it still can be used in court. It just means that whoever revealed it still gets punished by law. So you still go to, like, jail or whatever for presenting it, but if it's without a shadow of a doubt correct evidence, like, there's no way it can be denied to be correct evidence, it's still used in the court of law. Which is interesting because it's different to America and a couple other places where they're like, even if it's completely fine, even if it's ironclad true, if it's illegally produced, you can't use it in court. Where are they feeding to, if not the penumbra system? Behind my hibernation unit. A false wall in the back of a safe? I don't understand. Why would Father possibly have a hidden system of cameras inside his own home? Beats me. He was a brilliant and more than a little odd. Throw in a little money and odd becomes eccentric. I see. I think... There's a Junji Ito story with a kid that drinks cooking oil. This is reminding me, which is making this even worse. That is the most classic fucking Junji Ito story I've ever heard in my entire life. Like, 2 average Junji Ito stories. 1, the most chilling and terrifying thing you've ever seen in your entire life. 2, weird fucked up kid does weird shit. Those are the 2 only types of Junji Ito stories. I don't. What the hell was he thinking? What was he afraid of? Why didn't he come to me for? I'm short. Gather the facts now and leave the computation for later. Hit the gym. What did David even do with all this equipment? Dry his laundry? What makes you so sure he wasn't exercising? Did you ever see him use any of this crap? No, but he must use the weights when I wasn't looking. Since he promised me he'd take better care of his health. Sarah, these weights are all maxed out. David couldn't have put up numbers like this, even if he was piloting a frame. Don't be so sure, Adonai. Pardon? The following is a true story. The following is a true story. Girls been watching too many documentaries. The following is a true story based on primary sources who were present for the event and its aftermath. Copenhagen, 1981, 8:10 a.m. local time. What? I didn't realise Sarah was a fucking YouTube essayist. A towering man with the musculature of a world-class professional rugby player enters the global bank on Freedsburg Lane. Interesting they use rugby. Is that because the source is European, so they use the rugby thing? Or have you... Because rugby's not that big in America. He explains to the bank teller that he has a bomb in his suitcase and he wants a gym bag filled with unmarked bills. A security guard approaches him from behind with a nightstick and swings. But the man simply catches the weapon and bends it into a twisted knot with his massive dinner plate-sized hands. When asked to describe the suspect to the police afterwards, the teller only had this to say: "That man was all muscle." The rest of the bank heist proceeds without incident, and the man exits the building just as police arrive on the scene, when suddenly his suitcase explodes. But it's just a smokescreen. Local officers quickly realise the ploy and rush towards the door, grabbing each of the hostages as they flee while desperately searching for the perpetrator. What they find instead is a diminutive, frail, sheepish young man, barely 160 centimetres tall, holding a gym bag full of money with no recollection of how he got there. Is this fucking like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? Like, what is this, the Hulk? What is this? Renowned psychologist and trained hypnotist Dr. Werner Kurtzer brought the following in his diagnosis: acute dissociative identity disorder. That's right, the man had a split personality. And so great was the disparity between his two halves that when they switched control, he physically changed, becoming taller, bulkier, and capable of previously unthinkable feats of strength. Girl, you gotta read some better articles. Someone gets this woman a fucking textbook or something. She's on the wrong side of Facebook. Wikipedia Possum. She is Wikipedia Possum, but she literally hooks up to Wikipedia. So be careful what you say. Be careful what you say, a man. So be careful what you say. Be careful what you say a man like father can't do. Oh, okay. Be careful what you say a man like father can't do, just because of how he looks on the outside. Sarah, every single word you just said was false. Huh? Don't believe everything you read on the net. Aww. This is what 999 needed. He needs someone to be like, Akane, you're talking bullshit. What's the story with this anyway? Some kind of fault in the foundation? I don't know. I've never noticed that crack before. How have you never noticed this crack? It's like the most prominent thing on the floor. Might want to get those eyes checked. There's nothing wrong with my vision. This crack just must have been created during my most recent hibernation. Okay. How? Did David drop a weight a bunch of times over and over in the same spot? Okay. The liquor cabinet is this mystery hinges on. The police have been through it all by now. They didn't find foreign contents in any of the spirits. No poison to be found here. Well, not that kind of poison anyway. In which case... Can I make you anything? Well, if you're offering, I'll have... Sorry, you're way underage, aren't you? 2 years old or whatever? Technically... Oh, sorry, my voice cannot go this high and quiet. Technically. Took that one a lot worse than I expected. Cheer up. Maybe you'll find a mocktail. Maybe you'll find a mocktail if you climb to the top of the ladder. Oh my god, no, they did the fucking thing! They did the fucking thing, I can't believe it! Oh my god, they did the fucking thing! They had to do it. This is how I know they are true Phoenix Wright fans, Ace Sunny fans. Because it's a bit like, it's not like the deepest meme, but it's a bit deeper than the almost Christmas thing. This is a rolling ladder, a kind of step ladder, not a ladder. What? Remember, a ladder extends, but a step ladder folds out. And it's important to know the distinction. I'd bet my life savings that this subject will never come up again. Ever. And I'd bet mine, Morgan, that they will. Because it has to come up at least 2 more times. Okay, let's have a quick look at the old... So, is that the original? It was appraised and confirmed to be genuine. Well, at least it didn't get ripped off. I'm a Philistine when it comes to this kind of stuff. What does an android see? I see a meeting. Or perhaps an encounter? Two apex forces of nature, two kings of the forest, the stag and the tiger. I think. Right. I'm officially less cultured than the robot. Alright, let's refocus here. There's some kind of hidden door behind your bunk bed, huh? Essentially, though a bunk bed would imply a second or third. How do we open it? One moment. I see. Got it open already? I cannot open this door. Why? It is a Tethys basic Sturditchka. That anti-hack feature in the name is real? It is a closed system, Adonai. The hell am I supposed to do now? Yeah, I mean, the latter bit was still well known. But, you know, you had to be in the community or, like, click everything when you play the games. Now, if they bring out a fucking... If at some point you show your badge to someone and say, I'm a lawyer, then we'll be getting... Then... I'm trying to think, what is the deepest cut they could have from Ace Attorney that would still, like, I'd be like, oh shit, that's an Ace Attorney thing. Updated autopsy report would be good. Parrot, spirit medium possession. Yeah, so, yeah. If Sarah has to download the personality of a dead robot and gets possessed by it to kill some... Yes, if Sarah is charged with committing a crime and we have to prove she's innocent, great reference, but double down if it's because she gets possessed by another AI that hacks into her, or that's what they claim. That would be a fucking deep cut. I would love that. If you're listening, of the Devil Devs, you still have 3 chapters left to go. Get it in there. Strange. Strange. There was an if-then toggle enabled in the security parameters. I don't follow. When Father last adjusted the settings here, he made it so that the door would never open so long as I was hibernating. And then he made it so I was the only one who could wake her up. Meaning this is a door that only I can open? It'll be a 6-character password, some combination of numbers or letters. Did you and Father have any influential moments in your life that revolved around a 6-letter word? Nothing that comes to mind. Oh, sorry, nothing that comes to mind. Is there a code word that he knew only I could learn? Oh, fuck. God, I don't remember what... I barely remember what happened last week. Fuck. Okay. Again, I really wish you could check, like, your notes and stuff when this happens. Let me think. What do we know of each other? I don't know, is it like our first name or something? But our name is longer than 6 letters, right? The problem is I don't remember what happened last week. So it's like, I don't even know what I'm trying to think. Okay, let's think. What would we know? He didn't call us out. Is it just like, hold on. Boom! It actually was. Oh my god, I'm a fucking genius. All that Clues by Sam work. It paid off. It paid off, baby. Adonai, huh? It's opening. What was the password, Adonai? You'd never guess. I am a fucking genius. Did feel a bit out of character, David utilizing so much cloak and dagger tech. I've definitely been struggling with the idea of him doing home improvement. But one step in here and it all makes sense. It's a panic room. Scary. A panic room is a place for rich people to hide in when people start bouncing bricks off their windows. They're typically not even on the blueprints. So, when Noble built this penthouse for one of their executives, someone slipped this into the mix, and it's remained in Noble's blind spot ever since. I don't think you would have gotten that. I would have gotten that speech. I think the reason I just thought of it was like, I'm like, we didn't talk to him before he died, so there was no message. He just said, "Come and pick up this robot." They have never talked about a moment between them that they shared. They just said like, "Oh, we're good friends." Like, I don't think there's any point they're like, "Oh, I remember when we did this thing together in college or whatever." I mean, they did talk about how she gave him like sleeping pills and told him it was like study drugs, but like I don't think anything from that was there. I was like, well, the only thing he's given her is Sarah, and then I can't remember why Sarah said something about why they call her why she calls her Adonai, something to do with David. So I was like, maybe that'll work. You knew right away, nailed it, bosh, bosh. Well, that's because that's the brain of an Ace Attorney player who's honed their knowledge, their detective mind over hundreds of hours of Ace Attorney. All David had to do was repurpose it. Make sure you're capturing all of this. I don't want to miss my one chance because of a discovery technicality. I understand, but you needn't specify. Is there a suggestion in your character profile or evidence? I mean, I don't think so. I actually don't know how you would get that if you didn't think about it. I think they just said, like, what's something only I would know, and the only thing he ever gave was Sarah, so I guess that's the way you could try and work it out. But, I don't think at any point it's like... I mean, if you go to her thing, it doesn't call her, like... Adonai. Yeah, I don't know how on earth you could work it out unless you just knew it. To be fair, I mean, I guessed it, so like, I guess it's worked with me. My memory is flawless. I can play back visuals, sounds, sensations. I can even give detailed reports on air particulates. You mean you can smell? Better than any human. And some canines. Your line of logic was we could only get here after we met Sarah. Sarah's a specific 6-letter dialogue quirk. Bosh. Yeah, I mean that's the kind of thing that's the kind of path I took as well. So, does it smell stale in here to you? Stale? It doesn't to me. Almost like someone's been in here recently. Almost like someone visits here frequently. Alright, let's try booting up the computer. You don't think the console is password protected? 2 physical doors, a 64-digit code, and half-ton Android and a secret phrase? If David said a password to his PC after all that, I'm going back to the morgue to have a word with him. Good, it's already signed in. Ooh! The Steins Gate camera. You're looking for camera footage? I'd also settle for a note plainly stating he feared for his life. What am I doing? Here. You search for the video files. They'll probably be timestamped and formatted for short-range devices. I have the subfolder. The cameras stream live data constantly, but files are clipped at fairly regular intervals. Once every week, it seems. The most recent video file here has footage going back 8 days. It was accessed yesterday at around 4 PM. Hold on. This is still the day after the murder, right? Yesterday, so in this sense, yesterday was the murder date, and 4 PM was about when he left to go to the basement, right? You were asleep then, so the only person who could have got in here at that time is David himself. Alright, let's see it then. Of course. It's just that I am having difficulty. Try double-clicking. Got him. The boomer tech. I've been trying to open the files from the moment I discovered them, Adonai. But they are encrypted. Damn it, David. You leave me just enough clues to get this far, but then you won't let me use your computer? What's the brand on the encryption program? If I rush a subpoena, they might have a backdoor I can bluff them into. These files were not encrypted with any commercially available tool. This appears to be Father's own work. Shit. If David Asher hand-wrote the encryption on these files, there's no one alive who could... Hey, was Dawes just flattering you back there? Or is your processing power really that special? Adonai, can you break his encryption, yes or no? With enough time. And how much time would that be? I would estimate at least 2 to 6 hours. That's a 4-hour window on an estimation that starts at half of that. No matter how sophisticated, encryption is still just code that must be deciphered. And when deciphering any code, progress proceeds exponentially, which makes it particularly difficult to determine the amount of time required to complete the process. 2 to 6 hours. Are there Monogatari references? I've never played it or read it or watched it. Whichever one that is. I think it's an anime, right? I've never watched it. So those are flying past my head. I don't have any better options. Get started. I started 4 minutes and 23 seconds ago. Finally showing some initiative. But you've been talking to me this whole time. I have the ability to analyze data in parallel by utilizing subconscious processes, so long as the work requires rote. So you're doing it in the back of your head? Actually, I'm speaking to you in the back of your head, my head. Oh, get fucking owned, Morgan. You're a subroutine. You're a back-end process. I could give the decryption process my full, undivided attention, but I would become non-responsive. Hey, that's a pretty nifty feature. I'll have to keep that in mind. Alright, can you take this show on the road? Or do we have to rip this computer out of the wall and find a battery? I have copied the encrypted files and will work on them as we travel. We can leave whenever you're ready. Still can't believe David let me get this far just to shut the door in my face at the last second. But he did let me get this far. And the computer's not the only thing in here. The cabinets are a lot less eye-catching than this computer, but knowing David, that's all the more reason to check. Lots of paperwork, bonds and holdings. Platinum bar? His birth certificate might be nearly as valuable. I can't imagine what people would pay to steal David Ash's identity. And down here at the bottom, a binder. Morgan is second monitor content. That's a +2. That's a +2 for me. That's a good one. Yeah, so stepping out of the examination for a moment. Why? It seems pretty obvious that David knew he was going to die, right? That's why he's gone through all this stuff. Or like someone was going to try and kill him, or he was hiding something. And he planned for us to do this. So maybe he didn't plan to die, but he planned to have this really elaborate thing happen that we were going to be like a very important part of. But I have no idea what it is. So like, did he know he was going to get killed and went through with this because this was the best route he did? Or was he trying to do something completely unrelated and then he got killed halfway through? Noble's logo on the front, and in the middle, enough pages to dwarf one of those phone books you see in period pieces. They're masking it in legalese even on the table of contents, but basically, this is his employment contract. Ooh. A binder containing the full text of David Ash's employment contract with Noble Electronics. Details for compensation, grounds for dismissal, definitions of what constitutes a breach of contract, and how arbitrations would be handled. Not a light read. Hold on to this for me. It must be very important if you're giving it to me. It's certainly very heavy. Was there anything else in there? Expecting an updated copy of his will to show up? I'm afraid that version of the will you have is... Fuck, how's it go? Outdated. Out of date. It's a possibility, isn't it? Maybe in a corny old murder mystery. A widely beloved and respected genre with over 2 centuries of... There is something else. Your papers. That Evangeline Morgan be given immediate and complete ownership of the android designated Sarah. That was meant to be Sarah reading that, fuck, whatever. Evangeline Lamau. It's dated for a few weeks back. Had he already made up his mind about all of this? If he had, why did he hide this if no one else could find it? Was that just a backup plan? I mean, one thing that's interesting is Sarah calls people Adonai. So, I mean, he obviously he wanted Morgan to pick it up, but technically anyone who was the owner of Sarah would be able to hack that, right? Because she would call anyone Adonai. So, he put that like backup plan in there that like technically whoever he trusted with the robot could get in. Did Rockfuck not tell you? This will is out of date. David was a very specific guy. Too specific, some would say. Well, at least we got something a bit more concrete than Starling's word now. Her word should be plenty, shouldn't it? Not if people realise how precious you are. Aww. This might be my second favourite face. The like when she's really pleased. It's very cute. As a collector item. We've yet to meet one person who knows what the hell you are. But Noble could easily have argued that you fall under private technology or physical holdings. Unless I had something like this. It's good that you do then. I'm glad that Father wanted me to go with a friend of his. Yeah. This will get me a huge tax write-off when I donate you to a for-profit college. You could at least have picked a charitable institution. It's just an old saying. All colleges have been for-profit since the 60s. That doesn't make me feel any better. You can cheer up in the car. Able to ride to the courthouse. Priority. There is an upcharge at this hour for priority transportation. That's irritating. But I like to have more than just a few minutes to prepare once we get there. The upcharge is a multiplier of 5.7. 5.7, bro! Oh god, Uber is killing this city. I'll prepare on the way over. Very good, Adonai. (5:48 p.m. July 1st). We're doing the court trial on this one day after the murder. Does this follow the same protocol as an Ace Attorney, where they decided that every single court system would be held over 3 days? If it hadn't been solved by the end of 3 days, they're just automatically guilty. Does it excite you, going into courtrooms? What do you mean? You don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs amongst themselves? You don't feel a fiery sense of justice rising in your gut as the prosecution smirks at your ragtag assembly of witnesses? Do you really think this is going to be like some kind of movie where the good guys save the day? Yes, actually, because we are in a video game. Probably not. Oh, that would be nice if it were. What's your deal anyway? Did David train you off a movie marathon from hell or something? We did watch films together, if that's what you're asking. though he was rarely the one who suggested it. So you were the aggressor. What's an android get out of watching a flick anyway? What do I get? Why do you do it? What's your reason? I'm not sure how to answer your question. Never mind. Forgot who I was talking to. I like the performances. Sure, there you go. Got a crush on Humphrey Bogart or something? What an insane pull from like 180 years ago. He's a handsome man. But it's not the actors I like so much as their performance. The truth is, besides father, I have very little experience when it comes to people. I hadn't noticed. I read the net, I watched people and what they share of their lives. But it's also subtle, so hard to follow. There are so many unspoken rules that can't be taught, only learned, and I often struggle to grasp them. You're also complex, so detailed. Ah, poor Sarah. But the characters on screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate, their body language is precise and meaningful. Their faces are bright and softly lit, and their eyes are... It's fiction, so these characters and their stories, they have a beginning, a middle, and end. And the people on screen don't ask anything of you except your attention. You can't disappoint them or make them feel awkward. You can just watch and learn. But what about you, Adonai? What about me? Do you like movies? Yeah, sure. Back when I was a kid. Now I don't have time for movies. I only watch 24/7 YouTube grind set videos. Motivational videos to get you on the grind and productivity hacks. As an adult should. Really? Who was your favourite director? What was your favourite film? It was a long time ago. I don't remember. She does remember. She's lying. She's lying. State building. Floor 48. This is a courthouse? What? Why are there fucking pipes just in the middle of nowhere? What the fuck is this clock? 12, 1.5, 3, 4.5, 6, 7.5, 9, 10.5, 12 with 2. What am I reading? How do you read this clock? This is... What time did it say it was? It's 6 p.m. This does not look like... Is this not... You know what? I'm not going to ask any more questions. Let's just go on. Apparently it's 6 p.m. This is what 6 p.m. is in the world of 2086. 8 hours per day? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then why is 6 p.m. 3/8 of the way through the day? It's a future clock. Everyone, it's a future clock. Yeah. Yeah. Let's leave it at that. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, look, I'm not going to bother. I have no... Let's just keep going. Things are quieter than I expected here at the courthouse. I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers. All encompassing. Okay, that one's correct. That one makes sense. Well, the numbers still don't make sense, but at least the clock hands are in the correct place. All encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials and documents and paper pushing queues, with a couple of dozen courtrooms squeezed in along the way. Didn't think I'd be arguing in court when I woke up today. Didn't think my friend would be dead, or they'd thrust an android onto my lap either. I could just walk in there and concede. Emma would be irritated and more than a little confused, but I could play it off as an exercise in grief. The android would complain, loudly, of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Now that it's registered my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. But I haven't done that. And I guess I don't plan to. Why? It must be because I have my suspicions as well. Sarah insists David would never commit suicide. And I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself, and not prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom, prepared to humour and add suspicions before the state. Because I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress bar at? I can confirm that I am making progress. Well, shit, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it would be difficult to summarise that progress in terms of a completion percent. Give it your best shot anyway. 4%. Are you feeling confident in your case? Markedly less so after hearing that. Do you think the judge will be amenable to your argument? What are you talking about? Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict? Adjutants are always a coin flip, so... You do know what an adjutant is, don't you? Are you expecting to see a bearded old man with a robe and a gavel when we get in there? Possibly bald? And kind of ripped? Who goes swimming? That's what I'm expecting to see. Should I not? Adjutants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails. Does that mean, like, they have a law or they don't? A written document declaring Evangeline Morgan is given absolute ownership of the android Sarah effective immediately, signed and dated by Android over 2 weeks ago. A tax-free transaction, fortunately. Is it? I don't think it would be. But, you know, it's the future. Maybe they got rid of, like, inheritance law and transferring gifts between people. I expect the judge to speak. I wish I was programmed to read. I wish I was programmed to read. Adjutant are automated dependents that preside over trials for the state. While most adjutants are designed and sold as software and then loaded onto courthouse-specific hardware, including Android bodies, they can interpret trial proceedings and render judgments based entirely on stenographer records if need be, ruling on cases in entirely digital capacity. Reviews of adjutants by third parties have shown that they are overwhelmingly more equitable and even-handed in their sentences than human judges. Because they cannot be bribed or intimidated, adjutants are especially preferred for cases involving organised crime or corporate misconduct. Adjutants use a 9-fold personality engram for rendering their judgments and building consensus, known as the nonary system among software engineers. Because each of these 9 personas, oh my god, we're hitting all the classics today, are constructed by different think tank or institutions from across the political spectrum, ideological contamination in adjutant units is practically impossible. There have been small number of reported cases where nonary processing has borne particularly enthusiastic or eccentric personas, presumably in an unorthodox, if not effective, attempt to reconcile particularly disparate opinions across their 9 oh my god, I can't speak today. Constituent personalities with a single authoritative loud voice. Okay, so they're kind of insane because you're trying to force all these insanely extreme ideologies into the single world's most laughable centrist judge. With the state's court backlog essentially cleared for the past half a decade, questions arose as the continued need for adjutants to lighten the judicial system human resource burden, but Senate Investigative Committee 74JD91 determined that removing adjutants from the legal system would be prohibitively expensive at this point. I am surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated dependents. Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. Those are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of study and experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal expertise. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm. So, androids are used to reduce caseload. Been that way for decades. But how was a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions, stalling? Judges did fight it for years, at every level and in every theatre. But the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. The state needs to shred budgets across the board. And so judges couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles, were instead ushered into earlier retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants. And it's not controversial, having machines determining sentencing for human beings? Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And the machines can't lose sleep over it. Besides, it used to be that even the most high profile of crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week. Okay, I see. So it is actually quite similar to the Ace Attorney thing, where it's like, we're so efficient, we just do it 3 days in a row and then it's done. But it's like the reverse, because in Ace Attorney it was, the court system is so fucked, like so congested, we have to cut every case short. Whereas in this case, it's more like, the justice system is so efficient that we have a lot of time to do it and we can do it very quickly. And that's not rushing things. Keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure. I'm just surprised to hear there's so much haste. Don't they teach you about classical conditioning in android school? You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick. I see. But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics? That's a logical question to ask. And the answer is, that logic only gets you so far when it comes to people. Doesn't everyone want the courts to be as just as possible? If adjutants are truly impartial and incorruptible, everyone wants justice, sure. But there are other considerations to be had, such as disgust. What? That's all people really care about. What all their morals boil down to. Just what they do or don't find disgusting. Only problem is, everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras and no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails, you'd be surprised what you can get away with. I don't understand. Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. Like murder, exactly. 6:24 PM. Courtroom 48D. It's Emma. Oh my god, she looks just like her little figure. Just a preliminary hearing, huh? You wouldn't know it from the look on her face. But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped into the courtroom. It is, it's our girlfriend, it's our GF. Not with her. That's the adjutant up there? Is it asleep? Oh my god. That's more hardcore than I thought it was going to be. Also, I was not expecting such a fucking... I wasn't expecting the boober. I like... Okay. Guys, we're around the council room. Guys, we have to do something about the administrative workload and the amount of cases going through court. We have to cut them down. Let's use an AI. Okay, what are the problems with this? The morals, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah. Oh, let's use 9 different personalities and different ideologies so we can, make them equal. Yeah. Any ideas, Carl? Anything else you want to add? Do you want to add anything? Yeah, I am. I am stalling at the moment because I realized an ad break just went through. But yeah, anyway, so it's like, Carl, you haven't said anything. Do you want to? Yeah, let's make them hot as well. Let's make them just like really sexy. Big boobs and like short skirt. Okay, well, I mean, or maybe that's more the CEO. He's more like, yeah, and also make him hot, make him like really hot, and give him blonde hair, serious honkers. Yeah, people will you're right. People will be more receptive if it is a hot anime girl. That is very true. Like if it's a hot babe, as the kids say. Yeah, for sure. I love the crown as well. The laurel. And then is this meant to be because Justice is blind? But instead of actually blindfolding her, they gave her a fucking sleep mask? I was also really hoping it would be a robotic old man. I was really hoping it would be like the Ace Attorney Judge, but as a robot. Also, again, Kyle, he was like, also, make sure they sit on a tablet where your eye level is directly up their skirt. Just because, you know. I do like the barcode sleeve, though. That is slick. I don't know what to do about ads. I don't know what to do about ads. I might run another opinion poll at some point. Because at the moment, my mindset... Hello, welcome back. Welcome back, folks. At the moment, my mindset is... Because I remember talking with Jelly about this. And the idea is like, well... Twitch forces ads into your stream anyway. But if you run 3 minutes of it, you get an hour without any other ads in. So if you run it every hour, and then one of those ad breaks is going to be in the middle of your break, like the break I take every 2 hours, it should be theoretically the minimum amount of ads anyone watches. But then they do all come at one point. So you do get a 3-minute break every 2 hours that isn't accounted for, which I don't know how to deal with, basically. So maybe we want to go back to the one where we run no ads, but then Twitch just runs ads anytime anyone joins. I don't know. Anyway, welcome back. We didn't do too much. We were just talking about the fact that, like, why on earth would you make the judge a hot anime girl? It's loading. It needs to load? Don't be rude. Not every ad can afford to be as decked out as extravagantly as you. Check your fucking privilege, Sarah. For God's sake. Why not? Especially not those the state buys in bulk. There's an audience. You mean in the gallery? Oh, that's nothing. Could have been a lot worse. Word of any trial in the case of David Asher's death must have spread like wildfire. Even in a mock trial like this one. Detectives like Reyes or London would get chewed out for leaking things to the press. But uniformed officers have little to lose and a lot to gain by dropping a text to their attentive friends in the media. And then there's the corporate plants. Interns, usually. Preferably ones with modded eyes. It's illegal to film inside of a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are gonna get out one way or another. I don't like having my face on camera. I don't like attention in general. But I'm not such a coward that I'd skip David's funeral just because there'd be paparazzi outside of it. My pretty little likeness is going to end up in the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another by the end of this circus. At least this way, it's decent marketing for my legal services. What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading? Loading. How will the trial proceed? Unapologetic loathing. With all those films you watched, I figured you could extrapolate. I am asking so as to correct any misconceptions. Well, not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated. The court will come to order, and there'll be a clarification of the charges. The defense enters a plea, and if it's a not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case. That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct? Mostly. Sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding the particular individual and the case. What do you do then? Sit here and watch? Not if I want to get paid. I cross-examine the witnesses after the prosecution are done questioning them. I can present evidence or witness of my own in response as long as I have the discovery backing me. I have discovery backing me. What is discovery? You've said that before. Discovery means just that I can't pull stuff out of my pocket and present it without any kind of context. I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Okay, what about the time we hacked into his fucking door and into his, safe room? Most of the time, that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation. Which I can provide. You didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, did you? And the jury? I don't see where they would sit. Jury hasn't sat in the actual courtroom for years now. They have their own chambers where they watch a feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity. And that's not an issue. Don't people want to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them? You've got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? But there's no jury at a preliminary hearing anyway. It's only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. A mere formality in today's day and age. With tools like optics and arcs, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with. So, all you have to do today is convince the adjutant? Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily towards evidence over arguments. And right now, all the evidence suggests that David killed himself. It's going to be an uphill battle. I can't afford to stumble. I need to focus on establishing an alternate interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. I don't have a suspect or even a motive for killing David. Yet. Anyway, I need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to be anything less. I think it's waking up. Why has she got her hands to her eyes like she's like a rapper? Like she's like one of those cheesy rappers like yo, yo, yo. Or she's like an oracle, thinking with her brain. This third lower court is now in session. Adjutant AD 84 presiding. I call to order the case. They give her little emoticon eyes. That's cute. I call to order the case of the people versus Asher. Do the people... Oh my god, that's intense. Do the people wish to make an opening statement? No, Your Honour. No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant here. Very well. Do the defence wish to make an opening statement? Not at this time, Your Honour. Might as well ring the bell and get this shit so started. If neither the people nor the defence wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. My model name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is AD84. I'm starting to get concerned she's going to do something insane. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering why. What gives a machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture, in every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined or deified, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. Oh my god. What a fucking... What a logic. She needed to be hot. Oh my god, it's lore accurate. She had to be hot. Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Vitruvian man, justice is beautiful. So what gives me the right? This gorgeous bod. Can we get a new one? Can we get a different adjutant? Sarah is I think she's blushing. Sweat drop. Whatever. Forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everyone hates me. Do the trial without me. They're guilty or whatever. Your Honor. Wait, what the flip? This defendant's already dead. Why are we doing this? Is this the debug thing? Because I'll lock the area if I need to. Oof. She's a lot more expressive than I thought. Oh my god, she is Junko and Shima. You're right. Oh my fucking god. Please don't have the mushroom one where she's really gloomy. Oh my god. That's like whatever. No, Your Honor. This is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Asher did, in fact, commit suicide as he... I get it. You want to make sure he wasn't cuckoo in the cranium before you cut his will like a T-bone. I didn't realise that adjutants were so lively. They aren't. They're supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we got served the most in need of repairs adjutant the court system could find. Whatever paper pusher we rushed to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for the kindness. This might be peak. That's what is true. What's that look for? Could it be you're trying to size me up? Oh, blush. Oh, she has eyes. I wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Good, because you have my doubts about my ability to run this trial. I could always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. She's much more of a character than I'm used to, seeing up there, even counting all the flesh and blood judges I've met. But she's still just an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads. So long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outburst from the bench, my plan is still workable. Emma's just unfazed. She's like fucking average day in the life. So people, shall we get started with that first witness? Right away, Your Honor. The people call Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand. There she is. It's Yumi. Hey. So, how about it, pretty lady? She's fucking like 90s anime pose. You swear to tell the whole and unadulterated truth to the best of your ability? I do. Good enough for me. Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Asher, were you not? I was. And when did you make your examination? I started last night. Well, technically 1 a.m. would be very early this morning. I think you can still say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning. Objection! Oh, shit. She's in. She's fucking locked in. The defense will have the opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks. The hell? All I said was... Yeah, what she said. You mean sustained? Don't get cute with me, counsellor. Why, Lord, I didn't... Oh, bruh. Being cute is my job. Oh, damn, we barely got it started. That seems pretty bad, Adonai. Making mistakes will increase your blind. Blind is how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself... Blind is how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. Okay. So it's a way to make losing more painful as the stakes get upped. Okay. Blind increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher. Okay, very much like an actual poker game. Okay, makes sense. Sarah seduced the judge, or we are fucked. But resets at the end of each day. Blind starts at and caps out at a higher number if you're playing in high roller. Mind the blind number in the top left when it appears. It helps you gauge what you stand to lose. I love this as well, it's very cute. We should try to avoid being penalised in the future. Thanks, Sarah, you think? Thanks for the tip. Shake it off. Like Taylor Swift always says. I'll get my chance to raise objections if my own soon enough. Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death? He passed away due to respiratory failure. Could you explain what that means to the court? Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. It seems by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms? It would be lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin, and a bluish tinge around certain extremities. And the condition he was in matched those symptoms. Correct. In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure? It can be caused by injury or disease, but the subject had no wound or reported illnesses and otherwise appeared perfectly healthy. And what else could cause respiratory failure then? It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. Drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Asher? Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean? Dialogue will proceed automatically during testimony, but you can still choose to advance text manually with continue. You need to read carefully and wait for the witness to make a statement that sounds wrong. Then hit the call button to call their bluff. Hover over the call button or toggle on Insight to focus on the claims within a witness's statement. Hover over the call button or toggle on Insight to focus on the claims within a witness statement. Okay. Testimony will loop until you call. Okay, gotcha. Can't let this chance slip by. I need to catch her mistake the second it comes out of her mouth. Okay, yeah, this is very much, yeah, Ace Attorney Danganronpa style. Gotcha. Who up Dangan their romper? Me, right now. Ooh! How does this work? Just get enough oxygen. How do I turn on the mode? I like this. I like that it shows you this is the timer, and this is every time it does a new statement. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Sorry, fuck. Call. After choosing to call on a statement, you need to respond with evidence. Look over the 3 cards that show up and confirm your card before the timer runs out. Whiskey. Ooh! Wanna bet? Oh, shit. It's impossible for David. They got the animations here. It's impossible for David Asher's tox screen to be clean, and we all know it. Since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. Ah! That makes sense. And that scared you? The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it is plainly states on the tox report itself, Dr. Asher did have alcohol in his blood, but not at such concentrations as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the tox screen was clean, I just meant it didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I like to be, but at least I was able to balance the momentum, more or less. Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? If the tox screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. Asher's respiratory failure? During my autopsy, I analysed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. There was a lethal dose of drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before. Oh, sorry, was that fuck? Was that meant to be, where's the log button? That was Emma, or whatever. That's correct. I think we're all going to get pretty tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for this substance, Your Honour. The people don't object, Your Honour. Too many women in this case? Look. There's one man and he's dead. Maybe if you're a misogynist, you may say there's too many women in this case. Me, personally, I think there's too few women in this case. Because I respect women. And I'm glad to see them succeed. You do your own thing. There's 2 more. There's the tech twink and the cool musician David used to screw. Yeah, but they're not in the core, I think. It's the... In that case, I'll put all my creative heuristics into work, coming up with an original scientific fitting name for this substance. A name like Omega. Omega 3! I think that one may already be taken. That name is already taken. Fine. Call it Delta or whatever. Delta. Used in science to... I gave her a robot voice. Delta. Used in science to denote an unknown variable. Not bad. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs, but yeah, R Delta matches no public pharmacology or toxicology records. Yeah, it does. It is used to denote a change, not a variable. But look, they're lawyers, not mathematicians. Okay, cut some slack. That being said, chemically, it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. I know the feeling. So it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested. You say ingested, why? I limited all other possibilities during my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it, and by judging his stomach contents, it must have been a liquid. Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please, I wasn't listening that closely. The victim died of respiratory failure, and his tox screen showed that blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure, except for this unknown substance, the poison we've labelled Delta. That sounds like a textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up here? Not quite yet, Your Honour. This may clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about this case. It doesn't feel like a suicide at all. I think it's this. I think it's the whiskey. Negative for poison. So he didn't. The most obvious thing if he was going to kill himself would be to poison his own whiskey and then drink it. But it's negative for poison. He drank his death. So there's no obvious route for the poison to enter his body, which makes it seem more like an assassination than a suicide. That's my thoughts. I'm sticking with them. The whiskey, what about it? It wasn't that expensive. Why wouldn't he want to drink the most expensive liquor possible if he was? Do you really want to finish that thought? Not at this time. That wasn't it? Fuck me, bro. Focus. Suicide's a lot harder to pull off when you've got... Oh, she didn't see him add... Okay. She didn't see him add anything. Okay. We're doing the classic fucking Ace Attorney thing, where it's like, well, they both mean the same thing, but you have to use the thing which is directly... It's the wording thing. It's the Ace Attorney problem, right? Where it's like, you have to think of it like almost like a coding. It's like you can't make an assumption or jump even the slightest logic. You have to do every single, very specific, direct link to it. Well, it's not even that you have to think of it like a lawyer, because I think the way I showed it would have also worked, but it's because this has the line, didn't see him add anything, rather than there was no poison in what he drank. Like, you know, it's like a very slight difference to how it's labelled, but like it's just a logic thing. Or maybe this is the wrong one. Maybe it's actually the fucking autopsy, but you know, whatever. The people shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about a supposed suicide that had a witness sitting there watching it happen. As you say. Well now, I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not? If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine. Clues by Sam trained me for this. I need a 5x5 grid of all Emmas, and then I click on them to find out the truth one, so eventually we find the victim. Unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves. How kind of you to offer. Ball's in my court now, so how do I counter? Emma's argument basically goes as follows. David ingested Delta knowingly, and the Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. During blackjack, oh my god, every piece of information you learned deals you a card. Okay? Choose only the questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing, or else you will go bust and lose credit. Select the press option to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win blackjack when you reach exactly 21. So don't press further if you are already there, and don't ask the wrong questions. Okay, we're heating up now. The mechanic is quite BS in this episode. They do much better in the second, but it's a little wonky. Well, look, we've all learned from Ace Attorney, you know, it's how these things go. With my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest part of that argument and hope that some cracks will appear under pressure. Okay, can I check the log real quick? David ingested Delta knowingly. The Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. He ingested it knowingly. It caused respiratory failure. Because he died, that was suicide. Okay, well... Are you sure it's respiratory failure? Yes. Are you sure it was ingested? See, we had this conversation with between us, where we were like, oh, well, technically it might not be ingested. It could have been an aerosol, but because logically we couldn't think of anything else, it probably was ingested. So it's not airtight, but we kind of went over this before and kind of said, yeah, it basically is. It was ingested. Are we sure Delta is to blame? Kind of an awkward question to ask, because you could be like, well, it could be other drugs. But I mean, I can't see any other way it wouldn't be Delta. Like, there's nothing else in his body that would have killed him apart from this. I'm going to go, are you sure it was ingested? That's the only one I can think of that even has a crack in it. Dr. Sato, you said the subject had to ingest the Delta orally. But how sure can we actually be about that? Pretty sure? I mean, I could go into detail about how the cavities that I checked, but... Yeah, was it knowingly ingested? Okay, good. Okay. But how can we be sure that the subject ingested the Delta knowingly? Well, we can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes? Would it have to have been a large amount? Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have just been a drop. The kind of thing that could easily go unnoticed, yes. Call for speculation, Your Honor. Withdrawn. Oh man, I wanted to jump on her case. Was that, sorry, is this the same question? Sorry, I've blanked. Is this the same question we had before? Or is this still pushing it on something else? I think this is the same question, right? So I think we're in the... Fuck. I thought we were on a good path there. That made sense to me. But I'm guessing if we're back here, it's not the same path. It's not the correct path. Am I sure it's respiratory failure? Are you sure Delta is to blame? I mean, I feel like it is respiratory failure. There's no way it's not respiratory failure. And if we've already done this one, so it can't be this one. From the way I understand, it can't be this one because we've already done it. And it can't be this one because, I don't think it can be this one because, it was very clearly respiratory failure. I can't see any other, this is the only thing I can think of. It could be next one. I guess we'll go this one. Dr. Sato, you were only able to identify the presence of this Delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure this never before seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Well, I had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication this would act as a depressant. Ingest enough of any depressant and respiratory failure would occur. Yeah, I've got some points, right? But I assume because you need to hit 21, there's a specific order you have to go to get cards. So you can get cards which, like, have already destroyed your run because you've gotten the wrong cards, and the correct answers have certain point values. So, like, you've already gone over the point value needed to get to 21, right? That's just how I think it works. Maybe they change it. Only simulations. There's no penalty for asking a question then picking stay. Okay, let's stay then. Let's check this one. Is it possible he actually died from something other than respiratory failure? Well, no, not really. Oh, you told me there was no. They told me there was no penalty. You told me there was no penalty. Why the fuck do I listen to chat? Classic chat mistake. You could argue speculative about what caused respiratory failure, but it is, in fact, a fact that he died because his heart and lungs stopped working. Episode 1 has penalties for asking questions at all and for staying. Episode 2 makes it okay. Right, thank you for that. Okay. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. Okay, fucking press it. You ran simulations. So you haven't tested Delta on an actual person? No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do given our extremely limited sample. Not to mention highly unethical. Of course. But without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you've described. Was there a question in that statement, Counsellor? You don't actually know for sure, do you? No, not yet anyway. Seems like that's... blackjack. Boom, baby. Almost perfect. Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Ash's death, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation. So there are other explanations for what happened? Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor. It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. The witness will answer the question. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illness. If he had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease, his respiratory system was weakened. Undiagnosed pneumonia with his level of healthcare? It is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for this witness. That felt weak, but I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Next time, think Yu-Gi-Oh! You know what? I should think Yu-Gi-Oh! Because Yugi doesn't listen to what the fuck anyone else says. I'm Yugi, and chat is Joey. Telling me wrong information. Telling me to use Time Wizard on his baby dragon. Seeing doubt wherever I can, however I can, is just about all I can manage. But at least you're not Tristan, alright? So you're still a level up. Detective Reyes, you were one of the leads in investigating this crime scene. Yes, ma'am. That's not the voice she has. It's like, fuck. We'll get there. And did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene? I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home security console located in the kitchen. What did they find when they arrived on the scene? The victim was unconscious on the floor of his parlour. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who had called him. They were both airlifted to Gatefield Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Asher was declared dead shortly after arriving there. She's actually handling herself pretty well up in the stand. I half expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing in. But when you take into consideration her love for boot heel authority, damn, she called her a bootlicker. When you take into consideration the fact she loves to deep throat the government's boot. Fucking worm. She might be right at home here in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power over the people. The witness met with the deceased about half an hour before he fell ill, from 7:30 to 8 p.m. The two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Asher became distracted, light-headed, and eventually non-responsive. And during that same time period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves? None. Through a collaborative effort with Noble Electronic Security Division, we searched the entire building. But when we found nothing unusual in any of the foods or drink on the premises, including the bottle that the witness and the deceased drank from. So what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene? The whiskey bottle was clean, the witness's drink was clean, only person who got sick was Dr. Asher, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. So it was our determination that David Asher committed suicide by poisoning himself. She's really tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. The police want to claim they've been limited in every other possibility and covered every angle. But I know there is a number of blind spots that they're not willing to admit to. Fuck. I did not... Okay. I need to lock in more. Okay. I think it was David's cup because it had evaporated, right? Asher met with the witness. He's the one who prepared the drinks. There was no opportunity. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. He scanned the kitchen, the lab, the basement, and there was no poison anywhere else. I think that might be it. Is that the final one? Yeah. Fuck me. That's so little time. Are you crazy? Let me find it for you. Back on track? Definitely, Your Honor. That is actually... Is it less time because it's hardcore? Wait, shut the fuck up. Wanna bet? Fuck! Did I miss? That's cute, Counselor. You almost made a salient point. Do I get points for that? Boy, I hope not. Otherwise, I wouldn't get to do this. Overruled. I need to make more objections more carefully than that. Okay, can I, like, check what they say? It's kind of awkward that I can't check what is on the cards while this is going on if they give you such a short amount of time. Because I don't even know what I'm presenting. Okay, let's try that again. Asher met with the witness. Okay, that's definitely true. He's the one who prepped the drinks. That's true. And there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. I don't know if that's true or not. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. I think it must be that, right? Because they checked the cup and there was no poison in it, right? Let's try that again. Wanna bet? Got him. You can't make that claim. Not when the evidence record clearly shows the tests of Dr. Asher's cup were inconclusive. The police can't claim he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving his cup was, in fact, poisoned. You're talking a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve? Or do you have a response, D.A. Rockford? Testing on the deceased's cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honour. I don't dispute that. Though I'd be surprised the defence has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Dr. Asher alone. Not at this time, but that's the funny thing about the burden of proof. It's not on the defence, as we are all aware. Right, we all knew that. I definitely knew that. She playing a PS Vita? In the year of our Lord 2086? I respect that. In response, I cast Lightning Bolt from the defense attorney. In response, I play a counter on the stack and tap for 2 mana. Now, if the people are all done bemoaning that pesky innocent until proven guilty issue, perhaps I could begin my cross-examination? Fire away, baby. Fire away? Baby? Rhea's testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'd be on guard and hard set against helping me, but if I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities, I can get her to make my point for me before she even realizes what's happening. So we want to keep her focus on eliminating other possibilities. Okay, so these are the two other possibilities. So let's do, can he poison himself off camera? Detective, isn't it possible Dr. Asher was poisoned off the camera? Possible. I don't know how else it could be done. That just goes to show it'd have to be suicide. The only time he was off camera. Oh, fuck. Well, shit, that's not going to leave the conversation. Yeah, it might certainly seem that way, yes. Anyone else in the building? The only people you saw on the cameras that night were Dr. Asher and this witness, correct? Yeah, there was no footage in the house of anyone else. Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded by camera? Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home interior that don't have cameras in them. So it's possible there were other people that night because cameras weren't watching every room. No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator or the fire escape stairs, both of which are on camera. And that still wouldn't get you past his front door, which is also on camera. No one beside the two of them were there that day. Yeah, let's press. What about before that day? And if they had been there before yesterday, then we would have seen them leave again through the front door. Wait, no, what if they had just stayed in the building? That's what I was trying to get at. I wasn't trying to say they would leave. I meant literally like, what if they just hid in the house? Oh, okay. Or we would have found them during the course of our investigation on the house. Okay, you know what? Fair enough. Your Honor, I believe we've exhausted this particular line of questioning. We are going to fucking die. Not that exhausted. God damn it. We are so fucked. Anyway, ever seen him poisoning himself? There's lots of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'll ask this plainly for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Asher adding anything to his drink that night? No. Seems like he had already poured for the both of them by the time he returned to the parlour. He had already poured? In that case, the next questions need to be when and what. Okay, I'm guessing it's this one because it's new. Detective Reyes, during the course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlour? No. That was a fast answer. Well, it was a pretty easy question. If we had found poison at the scene of the crime, that would be pretty important, don't you think? What about in his lab, his bedroom, his basement? No, no, and no. We didn't find Delta or any other unusual substances in any part of his penthouse. Is this a 100-line like? Well, I mean, it is kind of visual novel-y and does involve a various cast of characters. So in some ways you could say it is 100-line like. Right, they never found any poison. No poison at all? I think we have to press because I don't know what else we could do. It's not 100-line because it doesn't suck, so how can it be any similar? You're saying that, but wait until 200-line comes out, which has now been announced. The devs love 100-line. Every dev loves 100-line. The E33 devs love 100-line. All the devil do. It's the critics game. Any point in the investigation was a poison found on the body of the deceased? No. He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials, eyedroppers? Didn't even have his wallet on him. Why? Thank you for an enlightening enlightening the court about this point, Detective. What point? Well, I think it's strange. Don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison. Blackjack. What do you mean, procure? Where did it come from, detective? That poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink. It can't have come from thin air, you understand. It must have been in another container at some point. Or whatever was in before, it probably evaporated. All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill. Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil? In a minute, sure. There wasn't a pill bottle in his bathroom or a syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? What did he keep it in? The police want to claim that Dr. Asher committed suicide because they've established that his guest never had an opportunity to kill him. But they failed to prove that the victim had means to kill himself. Was 100 line that bad? I thought it was just mid, but with the lowest lows and some high highs. I mean, that's how I describe it. It's too long. A lot of endings that could be cut. But I think there's a lot of fun there. I think it's enjoyable. I think it's just it's too much. You know, you got to squeeze a lot for the juice. And a lot of people don't want to squeeze that much, which I think is fair enough. I think especially if you're a streamer, like if you're playing it in your own time, you don't really care too much. It takes you on 150 hours. Whereas if you're a streamer, it's a lot of content. Like there's a lot of downtime, right? A lot of dead air. But no, I think it's still a fun game. I still liked it. I think it gets memed on a lot as well. But it definitely has some low lows. But I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, Council. And it didn't come from a syringe either. Dr. Asher was able to drip the poison right into his cup, straight from the source. Shit, that's way too specific to be a bluff. But if Silver's not here, you will say it, but it has Gaku. It does have Gaku. So depending on how much you like Gaku, that may change your opinion on whether or not to play 100 line. Now you may ask me, how would I know if I like Gaku before playing the game that has Gaku? That's between you and the Lord to work out. Allow me to submit into evidence Exhibit G. A piece of machinery found in Dr. Asher's laboratory. Sold under the product name Nanofacturer. Oh, I know this one. It's used in delicate scientific work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers. That's the same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor. Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Asher was well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it. Uh-oh. Even the android can see where this is going. With just a few taps, he could reproduce any number of specific substances for his research, or any other chemicals his heart desired, really. You think Randock Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals? Using the manufacturer to make unlicensed drugs does go against their terms and conditions, so Dr. Asher's warranty is certainly null and void. But they can't hard-code their machines to prevent the production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet. That's... Dr. Asher died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor, or order an exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time in the comfort of his own home. Well, surely the machine has a history, right? You can check to see if it's what it created. There's no way it doesn't have a history. Secondly, is that room on camera? Or is that room not on camera? I thought everything apart from the basement was on camera. I may be wrong there. Maybe his bedroom isn't on camera. Thirdly, even if he created like that, surely he would still have to make a vial or a container of some kind that he then took it from. So there would still be a container around. It's not like he just created the droplets. I mean, I guess he could put the... But then, yeah, because he used the same bottle to pour for both him and his guest. And he poured them out... I don't know if this has been specified, but I assume he's poured them out... He didn't pour the bottle into 2 cups and bring the cups upstairs. Or maybe he did. Because if he did, he could technically then take one of the cups. Okay, he did. But then, I don't even know if the machine allows you to do this. But theoretically, you could put one of the cups in the nano machine, the nano printer, get it to print the liquid into the cup? That doesn't seem possible, but like maybe? But yeah. A quick and painless death, readily available in under a minute at a touch of a button. Specifically, preset 19. Damn. I thought I actually had something for a moment there, but I was playing into Emma's hand the entire time. Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. But before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment and put together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else needs it. Simple enough. We know Dr. Asher left the parlour and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. Build, weep, laugh, mourn, dance, toss, gather, embrace, refrain, seek, lose, keep, cast, tear, sow, silence, speak, 404, hate, war. What is this? Peace? Okay, anyway. That's where he got the whiskey. And the cups they drank from. The cameras show him returning to the parlour to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. Hold on, how long is that about? 4 minutes, okay. And of course, we know he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Any objections so far, Councillor? No? That makes sense to me. Not at this time, no. The timeline you described is accurate, as we know it. As you say. With this latest piece of evidence, we now know that Asher could easily dispense the poison directly into his cup. By placing it inside the manufacturer, activating the preset, and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera between 7:36 and 7:40. Wouldn't you say? Oh, a complete timeline of events. He had the means, he had the only opportunity. Seems like we're ready to wrap up here, no? Where are we on that loading bar of yours, Sarah? I had a feeling you'd say that. Well, Councillor, are we done here? Emma's argument is missing something. Feels like we're missing at least one biggie here, folks. Namely, motive. Oh, right. I knew that. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything. This is a preliminary hearing, Councillor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so... It just feels like an awful waste of taxpayers' dollars to get us all down here for debate and not get into the truth of the matter, you know? So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part. What are you talking about? Your Honour, if it pleases the court... Ooh, new evidence? Gimme. This is a recording of the phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night between the deceased and a man he was in a relationship with. A man named Isaac Porter. Porter and David's breakup call. If anyone wants to present it here, now, then the content must be... Relevance, Your Honour? Yeah, that. What bearing does this recording have on the case at hand? It establishes what emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died. Cool. Begin playback. Hello. Always so soft-spoken. Oh, shit. Isaac, you there? No, Isaac, you there? Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? Don't know. Guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? Did you mean to call me? Yeah, I did. You're gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah, how have you been? Christ, David. What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did? That's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want any more apologies from you. I'm so... Okay. And I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? I shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. My bad, man, for not taking the hints. With you, it's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way, so you can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you, or... Nah, you haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me for a while. Isaac, just forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all, yeah? Let's just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now, anyway. Isaac, recently I've been distracted, I know. No, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Okay. So, do you need anything, or should I... Awkward. Where did you even get this? All of Dr. Ash's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's penumbra system. And the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended for quality assurance. Remind to check the terms and conditions of my next phone bill. Oh, let's have a look. Oh, here she is. AD. AD-84. Automated dependent adjutant likes raw salmon, running water, and gymnastics. Dislikes criminals, okay, fair enough. Contrarians and pigeons. Sign Libra self-assigned. Damn. That's, the most insane type of Libra is the self-assigned Libra. Type. Open, obedient, observant O people. O people? 3 sizes, 109B, 64W, 94H. Okay. Folks, we got the 3 sizes off the adjutant, which means we can now get 3 sizes off Morgan. She said if anyone else answers, she would answer. We've caught her in her own evidence trap. Right, anyway, what are we doing here? Manufacturer. A machine capable of assembling organic or inorganic compounds and even nanomachines just after 2 minutes of vacuum sealed mixing. Found on the Noble's factory show floor as well as inside David Ash's personal lab. Presets on David's model history exist for a compound identical to the substance found in his bloodstream after his death. Okay, that's a pretty rough... okay. That's a rough one for us as a defense attorney. Recorded calls. All phone calls received or made inside the Noble Executive Department that David Asher lives in are automatically intercepted and recorded by the building's penumbra security system. This is common knowledge among all Noble employees living in the facility. Okay. Shall we hear the rest? Gotta be the last time. The last time I let someone... The last time. Arthur. It might just be a call, but it makes some pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. Emma's got a means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. So why is she looking at me like that? That was depressing. Can we finish up without saying anything else that horrible? Emma's never been apologetic in victory. So does that mean this is just... pity? Less than 2 hours before Dr. Asher died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. The court can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Asher was in last night. That was a bad mood, Miss Rockford. Then, if the people have nothing further to add... I've been feeling off game all day, caught between corporate inbreeders and ant-brain protesters and... But pitying me, here and now? That's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. It's about time for me to call my first witness, no? You want to keep going after that? What are you doing, counsellor? Just calling the ultimate silver bullet, rock-solid, slam-dunk witness a girl could ask for. Myself. Oh, Jess, fuck. Oh, no, goodness. Hey, is here good? Does it matter where I put my hands? Miss Starling, thank you for coming here today. Oh, of course, whatever I can do. What is your relationship to the deceased? I was executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communications between him and other departments, that sort of thing. Ultimate silver bullet. Starling's the only play I have right now. The only stalling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. Whether or not it's useful, it'll at least buy me some time. While Jess was being sworn in, Sarah mentioned that the hard drive's about 60% decrypted. Considering the rates Sarah's been going at so far, there's maybe an hour left. I might be able to stall her that long, if I talk real slow. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Asher. Please answer them to the best of your ability. Right. Dr. Asher was a well-known public figure, but was he well regarded professionally? Of course! Dr. Asher's work set the bar for the entire automated dependent world. Sarah's so fucking proud. The deadline. Look, we're stretching it out. We're gonna keep going. Stay focused, Spearmint. You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express an intent to harm him? Objection. Calls for speculation. Intent? I'm feeling that's going to be sustained. Did anyone ever threaten him? There were times where he was the focus of negative attention. How so? Dr. Asher was the favourite subject of many a conspiracy theorist. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for them to make claims about his influence. They'd say his work was plagiarised, or that he was hiding illegal subcommands in the technology he helped develop, and people would contact him about those conspiracy theories. Relevance. Whether or not people wanted to kill him? Well, withdrawn. Miss Starling? People would attempt to contact him, yes. But their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They'd always say that he belonged in jail, or that he couldn't avoid the truth, or that someone should do something to shut him up. Did they ever talk about hurting him? Yes. But I always turn those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm seeing that on record. Yeesh, who writes this stuff? All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honour, and none of the parties involved had contact with David Asher in years. The police take harassment very seriously. Something you want to add, Councillor? Just clearing my throat. May I continue? Oh, hold on. Starling's testimony. David Asher had experienced harassment and stalking from conspiracy theorists throughout his career at Noble. Isaac Call from 6:29 to 6:36. Okay. Did you have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever take anything beside professional concerns? Sure, we've gone out to dinner or met on the weekends. I think he liked to pick my brain since he needed relationship advice a lot. Even he didn't realise what he was asking for. I like to think he knew he could talk to me, but did he ever talk to you or to your knowledge anyone else about hurting himself? God, no, never. Do you know any history he might have had with mental illness, depression, anxiety? No. So when you hear the people argue that Dr. Asher had done this to himself, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. You're saying that you can't believe objection. On what grounds? Asked and answered, stalling, and also the people have documents that would be of interest to the court in this matter. Juicy. And what matter specifically are you referring to? The deceased's mental health history. Emma wouldn't be speaking up if she didn't have something real. So what the hell is this about? We have private correspondence that describe. If they're private, they should not have been obtained by the people without his permission. He can't give permission if he's already dead, and we're well within his rights to obtain evidence as it pertains to his crime. Convincing. Yeah. I didn't honestly expect to stop her from admitting her evidence to the record, but I was hoping to at least slow her. Where were you on that footage? 77%. Approximately. to buy whatever time I can, however I can. Even if that means running out the clock as a punching bag. I have here messages between Dr. Asher and a psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year, along with paperwork detailing how his treatment was covered under his Platinum plan. Platinum? I don't intend to air all of Dr. Asher's secrets here in the court. Oh, okay. I guess. But I am prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls, which, when put together, prints a clear picture of this kind of stress David Asher was experiencing, and the dark thoughts he was struggling with. Transcripts of his phone calls? I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections. I mean, we're just tanking... Oh my god, the blind is 14! Jesus Christ, that's so many chips! We're meant to be stalling for time and taking tanks even if we're a punching bag, right? So, again, are we just raise? I'll gladly object. On the grounds of foundation. Where did you say you got this? It was retrieved from his digital record. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity. Even if I was to point out that David had an executive level 4 plan, not a platinum plan? What? Really? Really? Yes, really. It's all there in the record. This is easily explained. David has an executive plan that Noble managed for him. And he was also seeing the psychiatrist, both in person and over the phone. Your own witnesses attested he dealt with stalkers and worried for his privacy. So it's easy enough to reason that he had a separate insurance policy he paid for on his own, even if it only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp. Sure, easy enough to make that assumption, but that doesn't make it correct. David used a separate insurance to hide the psychiatrist from Noble's spying. No, he was smarter than that. Yeah, he know all building calls are recorded. I think? It's definitely not Young's testimony, right? That has nothing to do with anything. Evaluation of Sarah's financial value. I can't see any reason that would be useful because we're not talking about Sarah. Autopsy. He died like that. It has to be recorded calls. David may very well have wanted a private psychiatrist, someone who didn't work for Noble, who'd have his best interests at heart. But if so, he wouldn't contact them over the phone, not when he knew all his phone calls were being recorded. David Asher was well versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data-hungry parasites. Do you really think he would try and hide mental health problems with them with a second insurance policy? Apparently, yes, since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that. Does it, though? Pardon me? Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, Counselor? Still not done decrypting? Well, it's difficult to... Right. What the hell? Might as well swing for the fences at this point. I'm not trying to muddle the issue or confuse the court, Your Honor, and I would never make outlandish, unsubstantiated claims just for the sake of causing drama. What are you? I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in an act of corporate espionage. Oh? What? If the markets were to open Monday with people believing that David Asher, the man who programmed the brain of every Noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months? Objection, mischaracterization, foundation, all the rest? There are no corporate spies in this courtroom, Counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench. Oh, thank God. David Asher was a once-in-a-generation intellect and an extremely valuable human asset to his employers. And his employers' many enemies would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself. And he was also your personal. You shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, Counselor. Now you're trying to call me the police evidence gathering? You call the police's evidence gathering into question? All because you can't admit for the past several months your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know. That is... sorry, but like, did you still need me up here? Poor Jess. She's just been fucking awkwardly standing there the entire time, like, The witness will refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting. Yes, ma'am. With how my luck's been so far, Sarah's progress bar is probably moving backwards right now. And Emma's patience is wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create any kind of reasonable doubt. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning if the court would allow. That seems cool with me. And my evidence, Your Honour, will it be entered into the record? I'd like to hear a little bit more about the testimony before deciding. That's fine, Your Honour. As you were, Counsellor. At this stage of the game, when the score's where it is at, I could probably ask only one more question. Better make it count. So what can Starling tell us that no one else could? If she hadn't called me this morning, I wouldn't be standing here. And she only did that because... Miss Starling, we're all gathered here to try and figure out what happened to Dr. Asher last night. So please tell us, when exactly did he last contact you? Yes. When was the last time you had contact with Dr. Asher, Miss Starling? Well, that's pretty easy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night, 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth. There are records of some texts, but they're flagged as work-related. Does the court really think they're relevant, Your Honour? Relevant? Oh, they're relevant, baby. It could very well be the most single important piece of evidence in this whole trial. What? I just got chills. Don't know why, though. Must be a coolant leak. But the defendant doesn't know what they are talking about. On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that change the timeline of events as we know them. We know what happened to David last night, generally speaking, but the order of events is critical, especially if Emma wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Oh god, okay. Okay, we're filling the parts in. 6:30. Okay, so Isaac gets the call. Then, the text. Then, drinks. Then, faints. Fuck, I wanted to... Fuck. I didn't realise putting the last one down would confirm it. I wanted to boost up the heat. Whatever. Next to Miss Starling, we've now got a much clearer picture of the night's events. We know that Isaac Porter and David Asher broke up at 6:30 p.m. And I was rooting for them so hard. And we know that David's messaged his assistant, Miss Starling, at 6:57 p.m. David is on camera with the witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m. And he was declared dead not long after. The people don't object to that timeline of events, but we do question Councillor Morgan's reason for belabouring it. One last question, Miss Starling. Yeah? What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Asher? Hold on, we can go for another half an hour. I just desperately need a pee, so I'll be back in 2 minutes, because I just really need to go to the toilet. Hold on. 2 minutes. Alright, back in a sec. All right, I'm back. I also need to hear copium. It's true. I need to up my my copium intake. Right. We are. I am planning on ending soon. I'm just looking for a good break. Is there a good break coming up in the next half an hour? Yes? Okay. And this is actually within like the next 20 minutes, not like 3 hours from now. The classic Ace Attorney. Oh, it's right up, you know. Just 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. Well, actually, we talked about you. Huh? And how he wanted you to have his android. That android there. Putting his affairs in order, I guess. My break was 77% done the last time you checked. Fuck. It might appear that way. Huh? Can you specify what his instructions were exactly? How did he want this done? Well, he wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help you get set up as the android's new owner. Yes, Miss Starling, but when did he want this to happen? Well, he said it was pretty urgent, and so I should do it first thing Tuesday morning. Tuesday? Tuesday? Oi, mate, it's Tuesday today. Sorry, Tuesday. I don't. How do non-British people pronounce Tuesday without making it sound like you're chewing, like Tuesday? Tuesday? I literally can't do it. Tuesday? Tuesday. It's Tuesday. David Asher didn't like doing anything on Mondays. And he was going to be in attendance? Well, actually, yes. He said he would work from home to help us. Tuesday. It's Tuesday today. No way he intended for us to have that much trouble getting into... Oh. To summarise then. Half an hour after he already had his breakup, and half an hour before his guests arrived, he was planning an appointment that would require his presence with you the next Tuesday. That's right, he was. Not something you would think to do if you were planning on dying that very night. Yeah, you're right. That's... Your Honour, if David Asher was preparing for the week ahead a mere hour before passing away, don't you think the people's assumptions about his mental state ought to be re-examined? Your logic is sound. Do the people have a rebuttal? If the court would just allow a moment. Sounds like an opening to me. If we assume that Dr. Asher was not suicidal, and therefore did not kill himself, we must then ask ourselves who else had the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life. Until now, we've taken for granted the idea that this Delta must have come from his manufacturer, from inside the house. The call is coming from inside the house? Adonai. Not right now. Even if that's true, which it may not be, that doesn't mean that he was the one who used the manufacturer. Adonai! Would you allow me one moment to confer, Your Honour? Hmm? Sure, why not throw away your momentum? I'm in the middle of something, Sarah. I can't afford to let Rockford. I've gained access to the hard drive's files. What? Seriously? As I said, progress with this type of encryption is exponential. It can be difficult to estimate. Right, okay. Do you have any footage from last night? I have the file. Have you watched it? I thought you'd want to know right away. I suppose it doesn't matter. Either this has our silver bullet and we've got a case, or it doesn't and everything falls apart. That seems quite risky. It's the least risky path to victory we have. Seeing as the only path to victory we have. Screw it. Upload to court computer. Yes, Adonai. Oh, fuck, we're going. Dramatically, yeah, pulling an Ace Attorney. No, haven't processed it beforehand, haven't submitted it to the court for evidence. Just fucking upload it straight away. No one even knows what the fuck's on it. Roll the dice, baby. Thank you for your patience, Your Honour. YOLO, from the hip. Exactly. Your Honour? I'm awake. And I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast. You're submitting security footage into evidence? New security footage. The police corroborated with the witness's testimony using the house's cameras. Security cameras installed by Noble as part of the penumbra system that showed the parlour, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home security system. You... what? The people say that Delta must have been in Dr. Asher's cup because there's no other way for him to have ingested it. But we never saw him or anyone else put anything in his cup on camera. Because he must have poisoned his own drink off camera. Exactly. What? That's the only possible explanation, that he added the Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the manufacturer, activated it, waited 2 minutes, and walked upstairs to his death. I'm about to present to the court footage retrieved from his basement. Footage that will show us by the time he retrieved the cups in the basement, it was already past 7:38, meaning he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself. One clip of footage will prove all that? If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. But it's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Anything other than a royal flush here means I'm bust. So it better be the Joker who dances. Is this a fucking... oh no. They're saying, like, it better be the Joker who dances. Okay. For a second there... sorry, I'm too fucking... I don't even read that many comic books, but apparently I'm too comic book pilled, because I thought this was a fucking Batman Who Laughs reference. The data has been entered into the court record. Sarah, show us when Dr. Asher entered the basement. There's going to be some insane reveal here. I can feel it. Yes, Adonai. I'll search it for it now. Here. On screen. That's the bar. And the timestamp is 7:36. There. David's grabbing the bottle of Rose River and leaving. At 7:37. Just under the wire, as it were. Let me check the times again. Yeah, 7:37 gives him just enough time to still poison himself, right? Because 7:38 is when the 2 minutes when he comes back. Is that it then? I came this far just to... wait. Did he have the cups with him? That would be really awkward. Yeah, just like fails it. Is there sound? None at all. Keep going. If he had to go back to get the cups. Counselor. What is that android doing on camera? Uh-oh. Oh no. Uh-oh. Sarah, what have you done? It's at the bar. The android gave him the cups. Shit. It really is Ace Attorney. It's the first case, and we've got Maya Fey arrested for murder. Shit. That machine never stepped on camera upstairs, not once. We don't know its whereabouts the day of his death. It could have poisoned the cup whenever it wanted. Shit. Shit. What is this? I don't understand. Your Honor, have the courtroom cleared. Understood. Please, someone. I don't know what's going on. Sarah, you need to shut down. Please tell me what I'm looking at. I don't recall any of that. Do we have collars available? Sarah, shut down now. Adonai, please. Please tell me what I... That's an order. Poor Sarah. Snoozing. Is it off? Yeah, it's off. I've seen this before. It won't do anything until I reactivate it. We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore. That's... Your Honor. In light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Asher and end this preliminary hearing. it has been made abundantly clear that David Asher did not commit suicide. Very well, the charges are withdrawn and the defendant is free to go. Well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. We want... Yes! Yes! Drinks on me, lads. Huge win for us today. Take that, fucking... What's her name again? Take that, Emma. Get fucking owned. Confetti court. Exactly. Get it going. Look. Sarah called in an old favour we owed and said, get David Asher to be found not guilty of suicide. We've done it, as far as I'm concerned. So, job's done. Job's a good one. On to chapter 2. Congratulations, Councillor Morgan. Yay. Chalk up another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with the shitstorm of the decade. Yeah, the fucking... You're right, like, Sarah's with so much money and the police are just going to confiscate her. They're not going to pay us for this. Okay, well, speaking of well, perfect time. Save it again. Wait, hold on. Can I get to a non-black screen so I can know it's done it? There we go. Beautiful. Yes, I assume this is the breakpoint. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Another banger session. I liked, like... So, I think I said before, we had a lot of, like, I wanted to develop the gameplay aspect, like the court stuff and the evidence producing, the puzzling, and they seem to be doing that, so that's good. They brought in, like, more mechanics, like I like the blackjack system. I think that's fun. I think there's a couple of things, as I said, I think that could use improving. Like, I don't like that I can't check what the cards say before I place them, and there's such a sharp time limit on to present them. I know that you can change that in the settings, but this is the way they want it to be, right? This is like the intended experience. So normally it wouldn't matter, but in games like these, and we've already seen evidence of it, like, there's a very, very specific logic path you have to follow. Like, there's multiple times in Ace Attorney, and, like, once already in this game, where it's like, I want to say the same thing the game wants the answer for, but there's a very specific way you have to get to that thing. So not being able to check the exact statements on the cards for enough time before submitting them is a little awkward. But apart from that, really enjoying the game. Yeah, the story is getting interesting. I'm excited to see where this goes. For a second, I kind of thought there's still quite a lot of chapter 1 left, right? People said I wasn't even halfway through. But I think it makes sense. Like, I'm guessing this is all going to get wrapped up in chapter 1. For a second, I kind of thought, like, oh shit, is this whole thing going to go on? Like, all 5 chapters are going to be about this single case? I guess we'll find out. But yeah, really cool, fun characters. The plot is getting really interesting. That's another thing I like over Ace Attorney or like Danganronpa. I think in both those games, the context around the case is normally not that interesting, right? Like, there's a few good ones, like the final episode in Ace Attorney 1 is really interesting, like the whole case and like the characters involved. But a lot of the time it's like, here's a couple of quirky characters, here's a random scenario, and like, it doesn't really matter. The fun is solving the problem, right? Whereas in this game, the story is a lot more prominent in the entire investigation situation. Which I like. I like that. The characters are fun. I think the only thing I will say that I think is worse than Danganronpa Ace Attorney, and it's not fair, but I will say it, the court-based music is not as good. I think there are multiple... I mean, maybe we haven't got there. We're still in the preliminary trial. But there are multiple, like, cornered, like, scrum debate. Like, there were so many times in Danganronpa and Ace Attorney where you get to a big moment and the fucking music pops, and you're like, oh shit. Like, it gets you hyped. Like, every single time Cornered would come on when I was playing Ace Attorney, like, my heart rate would visibly, would like, actually increase. Like, it would, like, I would pop off. Like, and this game has not done that yet. They're working with Unity Asset Store budgets for episode 1. Okay, so a lot of the episode 1 is royalty-free music. And I guess once they once they're getting some money in, they then go on to handmade tracks in episode 2. And yeah, no, look, it's not a fair thing to say because, I mean, Ace Attorney has iconic music. It's like, it's really good. And Danganronpa has bangers. So like, it's hard to be like, yeah, just make music equivalent to some of the best video game music of all time. Like, I'm not saying it's the best, but you know, it's up there. But I think that's the one, like, I feel like they're doing a lot with the animations, and the animations do save it a lot, and they take up a lot, what's the word? They take up a lot of the slack. Like, they take up a lot of the part that the music would be there, like with all the animations and the crossfades and the, you know, sudden throwing cards across the room and all this kind of stuff. Like, that adds a lot of impact to your decisions. But I really do feel like the visuals do a lot, but I really do feel like if they could just get a really good court theme, they get the blood pumping, it would be like, mwah, it'd be perfect. But yeah, apart from that, excited to see where it goes. Still very good. Still very excited to see how it goes. So yeah, that's everything from me. I'll be back tomorrow. To play Teenage Ex-Colonist. Then Monday, more of the Devil. More of the Devil. Yes. Nothing else to say for me. We can raid Edicus, because he's the only person I see live. Edicus. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for watching. Thank you for staying around, picking around. You know, thank you if you came here from Jelly's raid or Moa's raid, or if you were just interested in picking it up and, you know, you came by. Or even, there might even be people here, I'm sure, at some point who don't even know me or the entire community. They just like Of the Devil, in which case, welcome. Yeah. Yep, have a good everyone. Have a good rest of your weekend, and I'll see you on Sunday, tomorrow. Or if you're here for Of the Devil, I'll see you on Monday. Bye-bye.